Thank you, Miguel. Sorry about that. And so, you all began a conversation with Senex, where he explained the larger picture at whole, where his kind came from, how they were made, almost, and what his intentions and goals are as an emissary. We pick back up during that conversation, where Senex had just explained a large number of concepts, but has taken a moment back and given you all time to absorb some of that information, seeing if you had any questions of your own that he may be able to fill in before perhaps moving further. And so, take a moment, get back into character, remember the life-threatening situations you've all just been in the day before. Remember the fight that Fizz, Wizrune, and Jarius all sort of got into. And Senex says, so, I would say that's a decent primer to what's sort of going on, but please, what are your thoughts? What are your concerns? Things you would like to know, or don't still yet understand? I don't know everything, but
Are there any of these gods or titans that you mentioned that are still around that are perhaps not very nice to people in general that you know of?
to my knowledge, I do not know. When the part of me that was this other being was still a Titan, there was a great battle that took place, and he fell here in these mountains to Zran, the god of fire, the elemental god of fire. I'm unsure of what happened after that. I would hope some of them still survived, but, well, considering the state of the world, I don't put much hope in it.
You mentioned that there was a way to fix these conduits and anchors with your like gloves or something. How does that all work?
The gloves, they maintain my bond with my memory of that part of me. They were made to give that sense of return and protection to the conduits, to the where the anchor should be built, to give us enough information to return.
What happened if all items collected together?
That would be a very powerful force for those who owned them. Although only those who are sparked can use these artifacts to their full potential. As far as the anchor and protecting them, well, I must admit, considering how Zela, the Titan, that part of me was, fell, and how he fell, I don't recall a full anchor ever being built.
You're cutting out a lot, Navarre. Beginning the sentences.
Okay, I'll just pull off all my gates everywhere. Boop! Enjoy every tiny sound I make. Like 1 decibel.
I know you
so
got
my
a really
mic
nice
isn't totally
mic right
open.
now, so I don't think it's your mic.
No, it's not the mic. It's probably other things.
Okay.
So he said, based on how the Titan part of me fell, I don't recall a full anchor ever being built. But the conduit is still there. No.
Your camera died on you.
I went to turn it slightly. I'll fix it in a minute.
You
Continue
jiggled
on.
that wire.
Yeah, you turned it and killed it.
You mentioned a betrayer among the gods.
Yes.
Do you know what became of him?
I do not. All I remember were hearing, even still it is distant, and they're not quite my memories to remember, but one of us pitted the others against each other.
Yeah.
Why the War of the Titans began in the first place.
I'll sign to Fizz. We originally came here to help Jorias.
That is true. Do you know what is wrong with our friend here, Darius? And are you able to fix him?
I have a few ideas and a hunch, but I believe, well, the creatures here that appear in these woods affected by this syndrome, their souls are not quite bright. They are intertwined, braided with another soul. The
That's maybe.
it could be deadly. It would be dangerous, but I've been researching for a long time how to help these people. The root cause of the problem is the real issue. Whatever force is whisking these souls away, forcing them to reappear here, that is the true cause. But for those affected, I must admit I don't know. They are almost new in total. Trying to undo would not guarantee old memory, it would not guarantee life, even.
Who Jarius linked to?
For him, I'm unsure, but for most of the creatures affected by this, it is an aspect of nature within these woods. He points at Horus. A tree. A lizard. Points at Jeeves. A bat. Points at Koopaloo. Who they were before? It is hard to say. Some remember more than others. Some retain their humanity more than others.
So Viz, what is this source?
What is this source that you're talking about? Like, what the do you know what's causing these things?
I must admit I fear that I am to blame in some part. Although not directly. Type in a book, Tim?
Making serious notes.
You see,
Directly.
for those that do remember bits and pieces, there's one thing in common I've heard. They believe they had been swallowed by the ground. It would seem that whenever this swallowing happens, that their life stream finds their way here. And I can't help but draw the parallels between Earth and Zalar and the emissary that I am.
You know how we fix this?
My guess would be it is one of the errant effects of the anchor or the conduits decaying.
Is it in basement?
No, dear boy, it is not in the basement. It is in the mountains, a distance from here, where the astral heart of the Titan once known as Zalar remains. You see, even if an anchor was not traditionally constructed, there was still a part of protection that was to be upheld. I imagine the strange occurrence of all of these souls, the earthquakes, the tremors, the appearance of more creatures that seem to be of Earth itself. They all seem like symptoms of the powers of the Earth realm seeping through. Energy that, with an anchor properly in place, would be able to disperse that energy safely.
So there's not an anchor there in the mountains right now. Then
If I
His
got
anchor.
there,
not a
If-
formal one, at least.
it is hard to say for certain. The gloves impart me with much of the knowledge I once had, but just as you described your friend Sin, my brother, of a kind, the closer he became, the more he remembered. But from what I recall, I don't remember a sight itself being made.
Sign is he saying he wants to go there?
Are you saying that you want to come with us?
I believe that is the only choice I have at this point. Should you be intending to go there yourselves. If not, then I have a journey of my own to go on.
We are intending to go there. at least myself, Nithir, Raoul, I assume Bryce is welcome to come along with us, as is Mowgli. Um, have you ever heard of um, the Order of the Continuity?
Can't say that I have, no.
Okay.
I think I see where you're going, Fizz.
I've been here at this
Good one,
place
Mike.
for
Go ahead.
hundreds of years.
So signing, just so you know, Mike, so you don't know what I'm saying. If this centralist fin sounds a lot alike the bad guy he's describing, doesn't he? Or at least connected to this thing. Well,
Oh,
Wiz, you might know that
yeah.
everybody's afraid of.
I'll sign back to Nithir and the eyes in the sky.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think I have any further questions. Maybe as we get closer to the anchor, if you happen to remember more, might change, but learned a lot. Does anybody else have any questions?
You sound like you know a good amount about the Astron.
In a way.
You see, I find myself as a researcher of Astron. I don't know if I've already told you this or not.
He just sort of nods as if to wait to hear what you're saying.
You see,
He doesn't reply whether you've told him or not.
do you know anything about the clusters, the big ones? What makes them special?
The Astron itself is special.
All Astron is special. But through my research and some others, I'm thinking that there's something more to the big clusters than we know now. I was wanting to pick your brain and see if you knew anything more.
You see, the Titans themselves, their bodies, their skeletons, were made of white Astron. The most powerful type that there is. It is the one type that can absorb all energy.
somewhere already knew that. Well, I didn't know about the Titan part. That was interesting. I already know about the white astron being powerful and being able to absorb others.
But
What
it's
about your
natural.
scars? No. What about your scars?
Oh, dude.
Wasn't there something about something or another with maybe whatever? Don't you have something list of things that you want to do or something?
Yeah, but I don't know. I already know the answers to that.
Seems like you might fit one of the celestial things I think you have.
Oh. Yeah, you wiped it right there. Would you mind going to this cluster? Or helping me with something at some point? Because in my idea, at least my theory is, where this anchor is, there is a huge gathering of a huge cluster there of what I am presuming a green astron, something like that. Maybe some white astron too. Who knows?
Some of that would make a lot of natural sense. You see, the base color, the untouched type, is clear. It is raw, pure energy. But it is the influence and the power of these anchors, more specifically the conduits, that affect the color of these crystals and slowly shade their energies into whatever type that they are. So I would not be surprised that by the portal, or the conduit, to the Earth realm, where the anchor should be, that there would be a large cluster of these crystals on that attunement. You would find the same at every anchor, likely. When you all went with your friend Sin, do you recall such a cluster?
Paul.
You- I didn't hear what you said. You cut out in the first part.
Oh. I don't recall seeing one, but at the time I was perhaps a little distracted with some very big blue crabs and this tentacle monster thingy that was attacking us at the time.
Perhaps he's referring to the object that we entered in through to get to that realm. That huge thing.
It was just kind of like
I called it a gate, relating it to what I know, but
I guess I didn't look close enough at the time to see if it was made out of Astron.
we didn't have Raoul with us.
That's true.
In any case, Raoul, these shards and clusters of other colors are but the showing of the perversion of the effect of the realm.
See, I was hoping you would know more. Is all.
They are sites of great power.
Well, I already. Yes, they are.
What are you
just-
looking to know?
Well, I'm not even 100% sure if it's true. Well, I know that. So I've been to one. I was one not too long ago, and messed around with it a little bit. Let's just say that. Made and got chosen to be a rune. Forget what I was even calling it at one point.
Rune slave?
No, I was saying actually. I was actually saying rune chosen, and he gave me a list of things to do for him. Blah blah blah. But the one that is, and that wasn't even by Anchor either. Interesting. So the one that we're going to, or hopefully there's one there. I'm not 100% sure. Um, my theory is that one that can attune to the Astron can gain great powers from it.
I'm sure the power could be harnessed in such a way, yes. I imagine. Yeah.
Now, the one that I have messed around with, it did give me some powers, but there's one little side effect.
Little. I love that.
There might be one day I might just explode.
If you had harnessed the power of a cluster, I don't imagine why it would leave such a side effect. Too much energy had been imbued in you, you would have just exploded then.
Oh, that's what makes me special.
One of the many things.
Like I said, I'm rune chosen. I was chosen by this part.
By the
Now
crystals.
the rune
They
guardian.
do
The
not
rune
have
guardian.
sentience. Ah, there was a guardian.
Yes, the guardian is the one that put this on me. He told me if I do some things for him, he might make it so I don't explode.
And those things are.
Let's see. I got it somewhere in my notes. Let's see. Oh, there they
It's
are.
on the page too.
Yeah, I. This is just him going through his notes.
Okay.
I already have it up. Find and return a unique shard to the cluster, thus expanding its capabilities by improving the range of abilities that the cluster can fetter will be absorbed. So I have to bring another Astron shard to it. I've yet to find. No, actually, no. I do have a. Do I have one that's not on there already?
Yep.
Another one is to return an artifact of the transcendent minds of the lost artifacts. With this power returned, it twofold the runes will be relinquished. And the third one, to participate in the creation of an artifact using the anvil. There was an anvil over in the area where we found this cluster. But I have to be with a divine being to do so.
Well, I believe I know the sort of site you speak of.
Now, I already have an idea of what artifact I have to get. There should be one in this anchor called the Ale of the Trident. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
Aeol's trident.
Yes.
You poor boy have found a very ancient site. You see, the architects of the Transcendent Mines, that was the name given to a group of people long ago that the Titans taught how to use and imbue energy related to the Astra to create artifacts. Groups of their kind were hired, drafted by the Titans to create their greater artifacts for the war the Titans waged on one another. They gave them the strength to defeat one another. I do recall them devising a way of gathering shards. I do remember slaves, yes. Branded ones. Many of them died. But it was for the greater good in the war at the time.
Sounds like a raw deal to me.
Did they also explode?
Yes.
Ah.
Your tasks,
Sounds like a very bad deal to me.
from what I understand, your tasks, you did not meet any of these alive architects, did you? Was he the one who gave you these tasks?
It was given to me by the clear silver guardian thing. Kind of came out of the silverly liquid that was surrounding the cluster.
Well, it sounds as if you have stumbled across a process that has not been happening for thousands of years.
You stuck a finger in that, didn't you, Raoul? The
No,
liquid?
I did not stick a finger in there. I collected some in a jar. It didn't even seem interested. Didn't even care that I did that.
Well,
I think I pissed it off by trying to collect an Astron shard.
you pissed it off enough to, mark you to explode.
I haven't yet.
Was
I
the
like that answer.
It was in those times the way of dealing with criminals, to give them a task that could better themselves for the greater good.
Jaraz, I'm sure it was just a misunderstanding. I'm sure Raoul didn't commit any sort of real crime.
Well, I haven't in the past. I haven't
Yes,
in a while.
but you've mended your ways. And you've served your time.
I didn't serve any time. I was a good thief.
It seems you're serving it now, then. I believe what they meant by divine back in those days was the Titans. We imbued them with the power from our forms to create the artifacts. In today's terms, I suppose that would mean... Well, I suppose a few things could be substituted for that power, but it would be a sacrifice no matter what.
Mhm. So these Titans powered these anvils, then? Is that what I'm getting from you?
Not the anvils, no. I guess the best way to put it is that spark of energy that imbued the item with artifact level powers.
Because the anvil we came across, it seemed like it still had some power in it.
I'm sure it is powerful. The architects built their workshops, I suppose. Having a deep understanding of the Astron and how it works. How to use the inherent power within. It makes sense why you've been tasked with the following tasks. If you bring a new shard, I suppose in a way that expands its power, thus allowing the creation of something new. If you bring an old artifact, well, its power that it contains, its spark, could be reused in another. And having, well, one of you. At least, you are you, Nithian and Fizz. But again, it would cost your spark to create the item.
That's the divine. He doesn't know that. Unless he can read sign language. Interesting. Seems our path is up the mountain.
Yep. Real quick though, this doesn't count as an artifact, does it? And I'll pull out the Paragon of Polation. Show it to him.
He takes it, looks at it. I don't believe so, no. That is just a... When the Titans showed the lesser races how to use the Astron, they started devising many ways to use it. This is one such contraption. An artifact, at least one created through the arm and the Astron, it would, and he shows his gloves, contain something white, Astron based within, like these threads, or
The necklaces.
I think the necklaces were just for show more than anything.
those were small amounts, not imbued with power per se, a symbol of the faith.
Yeah.
But it is white Astron. Just without its charge, if that makes sense.
Raoul, do you have any more questions?
Not really.
Mowgli?
Senex leans over the rail here. Is there something you need?
I'm glad just staying close.
Well, Whenever you are welcome to stay here as long as you like to recuperate. But whenever you're ready to go, I would like to come with.
Well, sure, I'm ready to go whenever. But Darius, I think you need to make a choice whether or not you want to try to be healed, because it sounds like it
Hey,
might
Nim. This is Dungeons and
wind
Dragons.
up with
We're
you being
playing a
dead.
Pathfinder game.
But I think that's a choice
How are you doing tonight?
you get to make, not us.
Kind of stands up and he says, I promised you all that I would get you through the mountain pass. I will uphold my promise. But if this place contains the research that might aid people of my kind and others, when I ferry you through, I think I would like to return here. Senex says, you are welcome to my research. I do hope you find what you are looking for. Hopefully, when we go to the mountains, we'll solve the problem of this and no more will happen, and maybe it will even undo what has already happened. I don't know, but until then, you are welcome to this place and this research.
Sounds like a plan.
No dragon to seduce yet, sir. They actually met one a while ago. Nobody tried to seduce it. But yes, I will get you through the mountains.
Well, Biz, Bro, Mowgli. Well, Mowgli can't understand. I still need to rest and heal. I'm
Yeah.
not really even myself yet. There's something missing, but I'm go when you're ready.
I can aid in your physical wounds, Senex says.
There's something more than that. I just don't know what it is.
I would imagine it is the toll of coming back from the dead.
Yeah, I'm not complete.
I unfortunately do not have the sort of magic to restore one's damaged soul.
Understood. Wouldn't know how to ask for it anyway, but that's fine.
It is called restorations. That much I know.
I don't. Is he reading my sign language, or is somebody communicating? We're going to assume somebody's.
I'm assuming someone's translating at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not sure I know what restoration is, but probably somebody who understands it would.
It is divine magics.
Okay, well, I mean, Nithyan, I think if you take the rest that you need, Perhaps we could start out tomorrow. I know today's been a long day so far.
Yeah. Well, at least to get my wounds, I probably need. Well, if I rest the entire day, it would probably take a half a week, unless there's unless we do it magically.
Do you see my effect on you?
I did, but I don't know what it was.
Senex walks up to you, touches you, and through the course of his magic, over a few moments, you're back at full vigor or wounds.
Wounds, okay.
He has enough healing to cap you. He comes to Raoul.
By the way,
Raoul, you're
Mowgli,
full.
if you got hit points down still, you should automatically max yourself out.
I think I'm good, aren't I?
Yeah, you look good.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm ready whenever.
Well, how about we leave tomorrow?
sounds fine by me. Darius, come. I'll show you what I've learned so far. Perhaps I can get you started for when you return. Sounds good. And the two of them go off.
Here. During the day, I will be going through my routines,
Okay.
kind of frantically and frustrated, realizing that I just can't do them as good as I was able to yesterday.
So, what do you think of all that? Wizard says to Raoul.
I was hoping to get more information about the Astron. That's really all I care about, but good information for others, I guess.
I've been with this group for a long time. Perhaps you should read between the lines more. All of this anchor business, all this Titan business, maybe it should matter to you. It's all directly related to the Astron in my eyes. Every time we've breached the topic or done anything related, Astron is always afoot.
I guess. I guess I would feel a little bit more confident if I was with you guys last time, at the last one.
Well, I can tell you of what happened, if you think that would help.
Sure.
And Wizard will begin recanting the tale of the group up to this point with you. From his jaded, somewhat perspective, but you still get the gist of the story that you should know.
Also,
Yeah.
there seems to be some odd inconsistencies at times with what Fizz told the dragon.
That's true. Stories don't match.
A bing just happened. What was that bing? Hey, wear tag. Thanks for the thought, man. Right. Well, Mowgli, anything for you, or are you just hanging out?
He ate his fill and he's gonna just crash.
Excellent. Does anybody have anything for the till the next morning then?
Yeah, I'm gonna dream with Wiz just because I said I would.
I don't
Okay.
really have
Doesn't
anything.
need to be anything dramatic. It's really just a relationship builder. play it out however much you want.
I'll enjoy a glass of wine with Raoul and a hearty meal and a nice bed before heading back on this horrible road trip.
A horrible road trip, yes.
Did you
Okay.
forget that Raoul and Wizrun are hanging out tonight?
Not the whole night.
Well, then I'll drink alone.
Oh.
I'll drink with Mowgli.
Mowgli will drink with you.
Raoul hangs out with Wizrun.
I just like to imagine that scene for a moment where Fizz is sitting there sipping on the glass. Mowgli just takes one of the kegs and starts chugging.
And then he eats Fizz's glass.
Oh, God. Excellent. But yeah, so Wizard and Raoul, the two of you talk, and he tells you the tale of how, you know, they found that site at Balin, how they went into it and through it and discovered the locations, how they had all the dealings with the dwarves, eventually going to the lake where they found Sin's anchor, going inside, fighting off the tentacle creatures and the crabs, and he fills you in on what happened and the stuff along the way. Mostly focusing on, you know, the story that is relevant to the anchors and stuff, but he doesn't mention too much about Noth or the time in for Marion. The little bits in between that, from Wizard's point of view, didn't matter as much.
Gotcha.
Or those were times where he was off in a caravan or off in a bar and, you know, not really brought on some of those side adventures. Yeah, I talked to him in chat a little bit ago, but thank you. Yeah, so any questions you had for him specifically while you guys chat, Raoul?
He'll take notes and whatnot and be like, so that's why Reginald was able to turn an Astron crystal into a white crystal.
Clear. Yeah, something that Sin guy did to the party at the time. The four of them were gifted with something. I guess this sparked thing that he was talking about.
Now that would be interesting. Having the ability to do that. To manipulate the actual energy in the Astron.
I've seen other instances in where it's manipulated too. The dwarves use metal. Then they somehow channel it. The elves, they use, or the Vith, they use other types of stone. I've seen metal as well. They create constructions.
I've seen the Viths and the dwarves' metal and creations. All interesting.
In Balin, it was enough to shield the whole city, with yet but a single crystal or two.
Well, it's getting late. I think I will go to bed.
Sleep well, Raoul.
You sleep well as well. Don't remember what we talked about earlier. Don't. Fizz is kind of a jackass, but don't give up on the rest of this party. They seem okay.
Yeah, you're fine. Nithir's fine. Mowgli's fine. This is the asshole.
Did I tell you he did try to bound you to them in those stones?
May have
I don't know
mentioned
what it
it.
is. Something. If you say something and you agree, you get binded to your words, or I don't know. That's why I stayed away from it. I didn't want to get fucking messed with that shit.
Right. Well, sleep well.
She's just going to sleep in here again.
No, he goes in actual bed. Although on the other side of the wall from Fizz. You go to sit there, Raul, and he's like, "Can I sit there instead?"
Yeah, I understand. Yep, I understand.
And then he like nods at the wall that it's between him. All right, and everybody heads to bed eventually after conversation and wine and training and all that jazz. Nithirn, you reach out in your dreamscape and you sense the mind of Wizrun, who eagerly accepts your connection. You see just a brief description of the scene you come into. See what looks like a small house. It's like a one room building. You see out the window other one room buildings around, some small little village of some sort. You see on the street elves and half elves carrying carts of goods and supplies, while humans just kind of casually walk in front of them without their arms carrying anything. He seems alone in this building now. See, he's just casually kind of doing some dishes in a large bucket.
Hello.
Hello, Nithyon.
You know, we should have done this much more often. I always looked at you as a type of person that liked their privacy and tried to understand that. But I can see how that approach by me was a mistake, and I apologize for that.
You're fine. You were just kind of there anyway.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, Fizz was really the one pushing things
No,
there.
Fizz took an approach that I wouldn't have, if you're referring to the stones.
Yeah.
Fizz has his own special way of doing things.
Yep.
And
like burning down cities and being an asshole and sleeping with people. I've seen.
I suppose. I don't think it's well, I can't say I don't think. I know it's things that I wouldn't do or wouldn't consider doing. I don't imagine you would either, and Reggie would have a fit and they'd be fighting night and day over it. There's no doubt about it. But the interesting thing I notice about Fizz is even though he has a certain way of approaching things,
Thanks for the tip, Nim. That's
I
very
don't
much appreciated.
think that he's doing it
I hope you've been having a good day.
for the wrong reason all the time. It just, in my mind, I was sitting there like, well, why don't we just tell you what we want to do? I wanted to make a promise to you if you could make a promise to me. And to me, that seemed like a very interesting way of doing things. But I could see where that even that probably wouldn't have worked. Or nor should it. And nor should it be the right approach. So I'll just tell you this. You have really made a difference with us. In many ways. and I'm glad to have you around. Even your devious ways, which we might as well speak freely here, are understood, and it's your
When
approach.
have I done a
I can-
single devious thing?
Well,
It is.
I can see your point of view, but remember, I was there when we went and helped you. But that's beside the point. I can understand it. There's good in this world, and there's evil in this world. There's the side that I always seem to, well, it's important to me to have a rule set. It's kind of what I'm made of. And I think my sensei taught me that more than anything. That's what's going to keep me alive. Where others are a little bit freer to do things, and they're willing to live with the consequences. I can't understand it, but I can see why it happens.
I suppose.
It's not my approach, but I can see it in others and understand its value. So anyway, last thought I had was, you apologized to me, and I don't need that. You did nothing to me, and I don't think you did anything to me, and short of you doing something to me, I will never think differently. So I just wanted you to know that. There's no apology necessary.
All right.
And,
well, we're good then
I'll
on
try
my
harder.
end.
Likewise. Well, show me what your life is like, and we don't have to go through the scenes. I'm interested in how you lived, what you did.
Okay,
So-
enjoy the seas, Nim. Good luck on your sails tonight. Wizards shows a little bit of his town. You definitely get that sense that it's not a nice place, at least for his kind. It's a pretty simple village, but it's kind of just a shitty village life. And so you kind of get more of the sense of where he comes from, that real desolated, not much opportunity type of place.
Good. If you got to do stream stuff, do it.
Oh, I'm watching. And the morning comes, the dream fades, and a new day awaits you all. Yeah, I'll see what I can do about the whole seduction
go to
thing.
mountain?
We'll see. They've certainly had some
Yep.
opportunities
If
to do
Mowgli
such.
wants to
So.
come to the mountain with us.
But yes,
Mowgli,
either
come.
way, I hope you have a wonderful night of sailing, and go get some of that bread or bananas, I suppose I should say. All right. So, as you all head out, we're gonna shift
Is
you
Ren
guys.
coming with us?
Yeah.
What is he doing here?
You
He's
say
with
that?
us.
Yeah, as we're going to leave the cathedral.
It's wrong. Don't need me to look at your magical things anymore, Fizz?
Don't need you to stab us in the back.
You're the one who should be talking. You're the one who did the stabbing. You just think I'm gonna stab you in the back. You're just afraid. Because I have a past that connects to something that you're afraid of.
No, you're unwilling to abandon that past.
I haven't done a damn thing with that past since we went to that tower.
And yet you couldn't even swear an oath to stand by us if you had to betray your master.
Well, you could have told him that it would have bonded him to us. You could have actually told him the truth. Instead of telling your lies and secrets. I've already told him what you guys were trying to do.
Well, and that was merely an insurance policy. One that clearly he wasn't willing to take, even because we would have known if he meant what he said in terms of agreeing to forgo his master. But it's clear to me where his allegiances lie. He didn't join us when we went into the tunnels.
Probably because the party just tried to lie to him about what their true intention was at those rocks.
I didn't lie to him. I made it very clear that we wanted him to agree to not betray us to his master.
But you didn't tell him about the rocks and its ability, and then you also tried to play your little song and dance thing on him as well.
Mowgli's getting very agitated, pacing back and forth and about ready to lose it.
About when parents are fighting.
Yeah, he's really unhappy right now. He will very soon bite somebody.
Well,
And it won't be Fizz.
if in the spirit of that, then Raoul, maybe we should tell Mowgli about how Wizrune serves Fen.
Oh
Ooh.
boy. Did Mowgli understand this?
Yes, I spoke it in common.
Mowgli attacks Wizrun. I mean, he's going to, for sure.
Raoul attacks Mowgli.
And I'll attack Mowgli.
Oh, okay. Let's go to a map and resolve our issues.
Like, Fizz, is this what you want to do?
Raoul, make sure you heal yourself on your sheet as you are full life.
Mm-hmm.
I have to go grab some tokens real quick. Miguel's like, RJ would be so mad. Look what's happening without you. You could stop this. Alright, we're gonna copy everybody, and you know what? This is as good a map as any. Alrighty, let's see, generally, he probably would have been further in the back. Let me turn the grid on, I guess, if an actual battle might. This should have taken the lead. as you guys are walking through the day and arguing, there's a familiar-looking little pond that isn't the same pond you've seen at all nearby.
No, it's totally a different pond.
Definitely
look the same
different
to me.
pond. It's different shape, even. Let's just do that in case we need it. That's fitting. Okay. So, as you all are arguing, and Fizz says what he says out loud, Mowgli, you are going hostile?
Yeah, berserk.
Alrighty.
He's-
Well then,
A fragile guy.
you win initiative and we'll move first. Keep in mind, everybody, you can still speak freely during this. Just try not to speak, 5 minutes worth. Be a little loose with this since it's just a inner party conflict. Uh-oh.
All right, I gotta
What's
get
happening?
to where I do the rolls.
You can click your token, hold shift, and double left click it, and it will open your sheet if you haven't already.
Hold shift. Hold shift and double click, right? I don't see it. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Yeah, I got it. Okay. So mine's gonna be.
Let's
Make sure I
go
have.
over here.
Yeah, I got rage
Man,
on. He would definitely
Matt
be
is
enraged.
freaking out.
And then just to be full round attack, right?
No.
Well, you're not next to him, so you would have to move across to him first. And then you could do a single attack if you wished. Raoul, you could attack lethally or non-lethally Mowgli, or try and trip him, or something like that, as he moves past a Wizrune.
Fuck. I can't do my normal things. Yeah, I'll try it. A trip attempt. A normal one.
Okay,
That provokes, doesn't it?
it will.
But him moving by me also provokes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
So
this
there.
is.
Yeah, no, you attempting the trip will provoke because you don't have improved trip.
True.
So if Mowgli wanted to, as Raoul tries to trip him, bash him in the head with a great club or something, he could.
He's pretty focused on his
Okay.
target.
Yeah, you don't have to take the attack, so.
This is a
Yeah.
normal CMB, so 26.
So
Does that beat his CMD?
Probably not.
on your defense tab, Mowgli, there should be somewhere just below saving throws and such where it says CMD, and you also say CMB. In the black die roller things, it stands for Combat Maneuver Defense, and it's kind of like AC, but it's your AC against particular types of actions like trip or being disarmed or things of that nature.
CMD is
Yeah, it's not a black roll button. It should just be like a number.
Oh,
says 23 equals 10 plus 6.
okay.
23
So then
means
your
you
total
beat.
is 23. So as you're running up to Wizrune, Raoul slides his tail in front of your feet and you just face plant onto the ground.
Okay.
So now you're prone.
You can still make your attack against Wizard if you want on the ground, or you could stand up.
I would think he would attack if he could attack.
Okay.
Yes, he will attack.
Okay. And there's a negative, which I'll apply on my end of things. Because you're prone.
So should I roll?
Yeah, whichever attack. Not the full round, but either the Great Club or
Right.
the Bite, whichever you're doing. I'm still trying to get a sheet open, too. Things are being a little slow. Is my roll 20 just behind? Oh, okay, you did do your attack. Okay. One sec. My roll 20 is being a little bit slow right now.
Boy, it's like a white screen.
Yeah, it's might be because of how I'm doing things. Yeah, it is. I've been trying to do this like the full screen mode, but it doesn't like it when I pop things out. Although right now it's like it's trying to load one of the character sheets in a popped out window, so it's kind of spazzing out here for a moment.
Mm.
Let me try and do this. Okay. I think everything's loaded now. Okay, that will hit Wizrin. Good lord.
Even with the prone negatives?
Yeah.
Really?
Yep.
Like
It's
Wizard,
minus.
yeah, I guess he has pretty.
It's -4. He has 11 AC.
Yeah, with no shield or anything on, he's pretty low.
Okay. Nithirn, how
Okay,
do
so
you
first thing-
respond to this? Yeah.
Yeah, first thing I'm going to assign out to Fizz, actually everybody who can read sign language. Need to stop this creature. Attacking one of our own is not the answer. No matter what you think. And then I will maneuver around out of range over to this side and burn a key, and and something happened to me to increase my toughness,
Okay.
and that is my turn.
Interesting.
I'm in full I'm in full defense.
Okay.
Well, a move plus fighting. Move. Yeah, just a move. So never mind. I can't total defense yet.
No. So, Wizrun,
He's not going to attack.
5 foot
Doesn't
steps
matter.
back. He activates Bounding Step. And he double moves, flying through the air, and lands on the top of this tree. And he says, "So, this is how you want to do it, Fizz. You want to sick your monster on me. If I wanted the chance,
If
I wanted the
provoke your
chance
master.
to turn you all in or something, I would have done so when we met Karash.
I don't think that's true. You told me you were afraid that he'd kill you.
You're damn straight he will. But if I wanted to betray you so badly, then I wouldn't have cared about that consequence. Perhaps that would have even gained me favor with him, but I didn't.
You don't want favor with the servant, you want favor with the master.
No, I want to not be killed by the master. I don't give a damn about his favor.
Not being killed by him is a favor.
Looks like you're forcing me to choose who I want to be killed by then.
Nope.
Fizz,
You
you're
could
the
leave.
only one. You're the only one that doesn't trust him, Fizz. How about you leave?
Oh, Jesus.
Raoul, I don't know what lies this man has been telling you, but clearly I was not the only one yesterday who was trying to have him, speak truly to us, and he refused. So
I
I don't think RJ would appreciate being betrayed. I don't think Drix would be happy being dead.
I don't think RJ would enjoy you having Mowgli attack you, sicking Mowgli against him.
I did no such thing.
You knew exactly what Mowgli
Wizard
would do right now.
Wizard could have freely decided to reject his master the other night, and he didn't.
He's
You wanted
afraid.
me to be truthful, Raoul, so I embraced revealing the truth. If this didn't happen now, this would happen later. And I see no reason why to delay these matters between Mowgli and Wizrun when Wizrun is clearly willing to stab us all in the back while we sleep.
When did he show any of this? I went up
When
to
he
that tower,
refused,
and you know what? He feels bad about that. I went up to the bell and talked to him 2 nights ago. He was
and
crying.
it would seem that he's manipulated you because did he apologize to me?
No.
Did he apologize to me? If you're not that I'm aware of.
He apologized to me, and he apologized to Nith.
And yes, he apologized.
Well, he still hasn't apologized to me. And he
Probably
still hasn't
because-
renounced his master, so
This is quite a stance you're taking, Fizz. I'm surprised. Even I'm surprised.
I don't want to get stabbed in the back, Nithir. I don't know about you, but I like living.
No apology to Mowgli.
Wizard did not hurt Mowgli. I can't tell you that, but
Wizard search Ben hurt Mowgli. I can see where Mowgli's point of view is.
He had nothing to do with that whatsoever.
He knows Fen and his master, Fen's master, are bad people.
I know bad people. That doesn't mean I have anything to do with them.
And do you serve them? No, and yet Wizard does.
The friend of my enemy is my enemy. I switched that around a little bit, but it's true.
That is the logic that I am currently taking. Shh, Mowgli, quiet!
Oh, God.
keep going. We're in rounds. That was a long one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
What is Senex and Darius doing?
Yeah, it's not like it's any of our turn right now.
No.
I was just letting you guys talk for a moment. Senex, he's just gonna chill. he doesn't see the need to intervene yet. Dryas pulls out his crossbow and points it up at Wizrune.
Not the lawful person on my side, you know?
And he's kind of training it back and forth between Wizrune and Mowgli. He doesn't quite know what exactly to make of this situation. As Darius just says, "Oh, I don't understand what is happening right now. Why is everyone angry and fighting?" Fizz.
I hold my turn until after Raoul.
Raoul.
What does Raoul?
Choices, choices, choices.
What you doing, Raoul? Are you muted? You're muted.
I'm actually in a very bad spot. Oh, if someone's tripped, do they get attacks of opportunities?
He's already made his regardless this round.
Gotcha.
Or no, he hasn't. He hasn't.
Yeah, he bypassed it. You
But
got a
does
5
he-
foot. You got a 5 foot step in you about only.
Yeah, but the only place that aren't 5 foot steps is going towards Fizz, and he'll probably do something if I attack Mowgli. He'll probably. Oh, you haven't announced. Do you have your weapon out already, Fizz?
No, I don't have my weapon out.
And an attack of opportunity means nothing from you. I am going to step back. Mowgli, Wizrune has never hurt you.
Wizrun serve Ben. Simple. Mowgli hate Wizrun. Mowgli eat Wizrun.
Sometimes you just have to understand that you have to do what you have to do to survive.
Exactly. Mowgli eat Wizrun.
That's how you feel.
Yes.
All right. Let's do it.
This
I am
poor,
going to try
misguided
to.
creature. I have met Fen only a couple of times, and I've never met the Sybil before I met her with you. You're all jumping to many conclusions.
I am not. The,
And
the
will not
intelligent.
take an oath to slay them if we have to.
The intelligent ones know what they're talking about here.
That would not be me.
So I will do a deadly aim earth blast
Oh, God.
fused with the entangled ability. So that's taking 1 point of burn. So I get this. And if this hits, I get a free tangled attempt.
That'd hit.
RJ calling you out in chat, Fizz.
And now you have to make a, if I remember right,
Oops.
I'm going to look at my abilities.
It'll be under defense.
He'll tell you you probably have a save in a minute.
Yeah.
It is
So right now you
not
took
going.
29 hit points of damage.
It's not going to
I'll
matter.
switch.
Well, he took the damage.
Nope. Senex is using his held action.
Gotcha. So my thing would have hit these rock stones. Gotcha.
As Senex raises his hand and giant rocks sprout up and surround Mowgli in a giant, it's not a ceilinged rock box, but a giant stone wall that sprouts up completely around Mowgli. That damage does blast out that one spot, though, that he rose right in front of you as an extension of the wall. Senex just says, disagreements are one thing, but are you really willing to kill one another over it? It is a dark path you are all choosing to walk right now. Fizz.
If it's that, it's simple. Either Wizard leaves, or I do.
Fizz, you're putting yourself above everyone else. Your
No.
own feelings, your own thoughts,
Mowgli,
your
go
own
with
beliefs.
Fizz.
This creature acts out of instinct and fear, and you're feeding it and using it as a weapon. Is
Nope.
that really who you are? Agreements can be can be worked out through discussion. Don't always need to be manipulation.
If you have not seen the actions that Wizard has taken as... Sorry. You have not taken the actions that Wizard has made as nothing more than something that is self-serving, and it will, in the end, I am sure, choose to side with his master if given the choice. Then you are as blind as you are deaf.
That's
Ouch.
possible. But I've seen that out of many people. Right among us, including you if you looked in a mirror. Yet I respect you for all the qualities you bring.
And I have been trying to do better.
And you have.
Wizrun has not and will not commit to doing better.
And you know this from one conversation where you were manipulating him?
Yeah, it doesn't sound like
I
you
seem
really.
to recall a certain incident where, against Sin's wishes, we spoke to Noth at the behest of Wizrun. He has been manipulating us for some time. I've allowed it because I thought his interests were aligned with us. Clearly, they're not. So
you may be right, but is this the way to handle it?
as I said, either he leaves or I leave. If he is willing to come down from that tree and forsake his master and pledge allegiance to us, then I'll consider him. I won't mind traveling with him, but
Pledge allegiance to us.
Yes.
It sounds like now you want him to be your slave
No.
by saying something like that.
We offered support for him to break free from his master, to confront it and I assume at some point we are going to confront his master. So,
Support. That's what you call manipulating him at the rocks yesterday or the day before.
support was being willing to die for him. Yes, that day I was willing to die for him. I'm no
Did you?
longer willing because he's not willing to
Did
die
you?
for me.
I don't actually remember you actually saying that.
I didn't think I needed to say that.
Because I actually had a heart to heart with him yesterday, and
Well,
actually
that's
gave him a
fantastic.
chance, and actually tried to talk to him instead of trying to manipulate him doing what you want him to do.
I
You
think
say
we
you've
all
done.
want him to do that. I think we all want him to be loyal to us and not his fold.
What has he done since that heart to heart? From all accounts that I can tell, he's simply decided to sow this discord.
Wizard
Well,
shouts
Guess
from the
we're still
trees and he
coming.
says, "It's not about whether I revoke my master and spend some meaningless allegiance to you or not. If I have already escaped their grasp. I have been out of their grasp since the moment I delivered that letter. I have done everything in
fine,
my power."
fine. Then toss that coin in the pond. You know the coin of which I speak.
You're right. That
And here
coin
we are.
is the only modicum of protection I would even hope to have should I be forced into a confrontation with these people again. So, I may as well throw my spellbook in there as well.
Modicum of protection because it shows his allegiance to them. Because guess who carries the same goddamn symbol? Fucking Crash York.
Mowgli starts banging his head on the concrete or rock.
Well, Raul, Nithir, I guess enjoy getting stabbed in the back when you're sleeping then. And I'll turn to walk away.
Even if I did
Well,
throw this coin, even if I did throw my allegiance entirely in yours, would that make any difference right now?
Make all the difference in the world to me.
Sure. You see him pull out the coin, and he chucks it. There. Now they can find me. Happy? It's on your ass now if they come storming on us and attacking us at the night, because now they know how to find me. I serve my allegiance to you. Fuck the master. If he kills me, he kills me. I'm already dead anyway.
Well,
And now
that's good enough for me.
it doomed the rest of us too, is what you're saying.
Not my problem anymore. That's Fizz's call.
So, Biz, are you now taking this weight?
Of carrying this coin?
No. Of carrying the responsibility for your current actions.
Yeah. If they come for us, then we will defend ourselves.
And you will stand front to protect everyone.
Yep.
By the
Now
way,
there
which
still
direction
remains.
did he chuck this? Did he chuck this coin?
Away from us, so we can't find it. I
You
don't want
say
negating
that.
it. I
You
know.
say that. We are
Yep.
talking about a person that has not that much strength.
That way.
Oops.
That way.
That way. Now, am I going to be able to come down out of this tree, or is that creature going to eat me still?
He's definitely gonna go after if you come down.
Mowgli,
Now you can fix the other consequence
Wyvern
you brought upon us. And he just leans back up against the tree.
Mowgli. Wizard has this. That's too big of a word.
Senex opens a hole so you can see him.
I hope you said that out loud. That's too big of a word. That's perfect.
Were we gonna say renounce?
I was gonna say disavowed.
Oh, okay. That's
That's too big.
Mowgli. No friend would probably suffice.
Yeah. Mowgli, Wizard, no friend with Ben anymore. He will help
Simple.
us.
York.
Nope. No friend of Wizard now.
Him friend Fizz.
Yes.
Okay. Mowgli calms down and stops banging his head on the wall. He does lick the blood off the wall where he banged his head.
Well, Wizard, I think you can safely come down now. And even here, as a sign of good faith, pat him on the back. And heal him. Bigger. Now, was that so hard?
For me, I suppose not anymore. You're in charge, boss.
Mowgli want coin.
No, Mowgli doesn't get the coin.
Raoul starts to look in that direction a little bit. What do you mean? What do you mean by protection by having this coin?
Oh, now you want to know why I said what I said. Doesn't matter anymore. It's gone. I've broken my bond with it.
I never knew about this coin.
Nobody cared that I was being protected.
It's not that I
They
didn't care, I
assumed
just didn't know.
it was the word of my allegiance that protected me. But if you must know, the coin protects the agents of that order from being magically spied upon. It only works when bound to the person it's given to, and if they lose it, then they are able to be tracked again. It's very likely York was trackable for some time.
That's why he wanted it back so badly.
Yes.
Mowgli hoped
And
they'd come.
Maybe they will. Depends on how buddy Fizz got with York while they were in town together. Depends on how much he told him. How much York gleaned from him without him telling.
Well,
Didn't you
we'll
even
cross that
free
bridge
him
when-
from his imprisonment? Aren't you the reason York is a problem in the first place?
Nope. York broke himself out of the prison.
Hmm. Well,
Well, I'm going to need to be thinking about this, and Fizz will. I would like to talk about this later.
then from one master to another, lead on, my master.
I have no desires to instruct you where to go.
Oh no,
Merely that
my life is
I
in
want
your
to get-
hands now. I give my life to yours.
Sure. Yeah. Let's continue on then.
I will write in Sylvan to see if what's our new guy's name again?
Mowgli?
No,
Senex?
Xenex can understand it.
Nope.
How about Elvish?
Nope.
No, really? Okay.
He knows common and can read it. And the language none of you probably have.
Okay.
Would I see that happening?
I'll write it in common. I'll write it in as common because I really don't trying to figure out what language he knows. Was my exact role.
Oh, okay.
Desire. In common. I write it in common.
Okay. I was gonna offer him my spectacles, but okay.
No. I have an
Yeah.
exact purpose why I did that.
Yeah.
Sylvan, English, common. Did he read common?
Yeah.
Not sure how long you will be with us, but I would like to teach you sign language if you are interested.
I'm not opposed, but we shall see.
Okay. That's it.
Mowgli want to learn.
Can you read common?
Mowgli no read.
Then you don't know what I said.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah.
Mowgli and Nithyan have zero opportunity to communicate directly.
Well, through the
Zero.
dreamscapes, you can.
Yeah, but you told me not to, so that's closed as well.
People can still translate, but
So except for somebody translating, if it is translating correct, or roll or drill to a little bit.
Don't you think Mowgli might pick up on a few signs as we're? I mean, it's non-stop communication. He's got to see something. I mean, very basic, rudimentary command kind of stuff. He's not going to learn sign, but could he learn
Like a
Perhaps.
dog?
rudimentary?
like one, yeah, perhaps a couple of like basic commands, yeah, but not much more
Yo.
beyond that.
If think about training, and I'm not trying to be too derogatory, but I will a little bit. Try to teach a dog a trick, and they don't just learn it unless you spend time trying to teach them. So I suppose if I put effort into trying to teach you like I was teaching Taween Squirrel, we could probably learn to communicate to a degree. Sit, lay down, roll over,
Right.
eat.
Basic commands and
Right. Stay, sit, stay. But we haven't done that yet because I haven't figured out a way to communicate with you.
So then, as travel begins and you start heading overland, heading towards the base of the mountains, Nithir, you had said you wanted to do a dream this evening.
Did I say one tonight?
I don't know. You'd said you wanted to talk to Fizz. I didn't know what that meant, a dream.
No, not.
I guess I assumed
Yeah,
there.
sure. Why not? Yeah. Why not? I would ask him if he's willing.
Yeah. Really?
Okay. Because I made that promise to you as well. So.
Okay. So then, eventually, you guys travel throughout the day. Wizrun keeps almost like behind Fizz. Not like right up on you uncomfortably, but every time you
Like
turn
Mowgli.
around, Fizz, like there's a point in the travel where you guys are stopping for a break, and you turn around, Fizz, and Wizrun is like, "Here, I found a nice spot for you to sit." He pours you a cup of water and hands it to you.
Oh, the sarcasm's going to be endless from him.
You
And
don't
he's
need
just
to
generally,
do this, Wizard.
"Oh, no. Please, my life is your life, so I am going to treat your comfort as my comfort."
Be careful what you wish for.
Here, he does some magic in his hand. He warms up a sweet roll. "For you, my lord."
Mowgli comes over, starts sniffing this sweet roll.
Yes,
Ah,
Mowgli,
yes.
you can eat it.
"For your pet, my lord." And he hands it over to Mowgli.
Wizard, that's really annoying. You don't need to refer me to as Lord, or wait
No, I
on me,
revoked.
or
I
do
revoked
any.
my former master and have taken a new one. This
You
has been
don't
my
have to
life.
have a master.
First, my masters were the humans, and they beat me mercilessly. Then my master
You
was Fen,
don't.
and he taught me everything I knew. Now my fast master is you, where I am threatened with my life should I not comply.
I did not threaten you with your life.
By the harbinger of your pet yourself.
I merely wanted you to make a choice between either staying with us or leaving. You chose
And
to
I
stay,
have
and you
made my
chose
choice, my lord.
yes. Fantastic. Stop calling me my lord.
Call
Yes,
Mowgli
master.
Lord.
Stop calling me master.
Of course, sir.
Stop being subservient to me. I don't care. I won't give you orders.
I will stop speaking, my sir. And he just hands you another sweet roll silently as he warms it.
Mowgli eats a sweet roll.
And then he sits down and silently watches you fizz.
Is there nothing you wish to do? Such
He
as
shrugs.
study your books or examine the woods or
Mowgli want another sweet roll?
well, I don't have another sweet roll, so
So
I can
eventually
eat
night
more once we
falls.
get to camp.
And you all finish your travels. Dryas does some hunting throughout the day. There's more than enough for everyone, including Mowgli, to eat.
Hmm.
And Nithyan, everyone is headed to sleep. Unless anybody
All right.
has anything else.
You gonna set the scene?
Yeah, you reach out to Fizz in his dreams.
I hope there's a pond here.
You know what?
What?
Have your pond.
Just for you. There's your
Thank you. Oh man, that's great.
Our campsite's gone though. What happened to it?
It's on the GM layer.
Mm.
There. In any event, everyone finds rest. Oops.
Uh,
I'm ugly over there too.
Yeah. I now have two people.
On the other side, there you go. Perfect.
Raoul has his sandbox to himself again.
Yeah, Raul's happy. Shit, that worked out great. Oh my god.
Senex, you see. Hold on, he does something for camp. And this will be something he'll start doing each night while you travel with Senex.
Yeah, before if he wants to learn, I would spend a little time teaching him. If he doesn't want to learn, I'm fine with
Yeah,
before everybody
that's
went to
fine.
sleep.
So, Senex crouches down when you all have chosen a spot to camp, and he puts his gloves on the ground. And you see from beneath the ground it starts to rumble as there are 25-foot diameter, 15-foot tall pillars of stone that encircle a large ring around the campsite. Between these pillars, vines and roots and other vegetation nearby grows, twists, and shifts to create a solid wall between the pillars. The wall on the outside is covered in spiny thorns and rock shards on the pillars themselves. On the inside, there is a myriad of sweet-smelling flowers and juicy-looking fruits that hang lightly from the branches. Fireflies blink within the walls, bathing the interior in dim light. And there are also a number of vine hammocks that swing along the edges throughout this area.
Nice.
And anybody who sleeps in the vine hammocks recovers twice at the normal rate for sleeping purposes. Although I don't think that matters to anybody at the moment. So, Nathan, you reach out to Fizz's dreams. You find Fizz, as you do many times when you start these dreams, on the edge of one of his fields. You see other people in the field working, presumably his family. And he is lounging underneath a tree with his lute when you first arrive.
Okay. Nithyann will come in one of her fancy outfits that she likes to come in every once in a while. Kind of one of her dresses, I guess. Well, hello, Fizz.
Hello, Nithir.
You scared me.
I don't understand why we both approached Wizrune a few nights ago, and he seemed very unwilling to forsake his masters, who were clearly evil, and tortured Mowgli
I
to the
agree.
point of you said death many times. It sounded like almost.
What they did to Mowgli was not. It was beyond the pale. Like I couldn't imagine. But I didn't see Wiz there. I really didn't want to come to you to comment too much on your actions because I think I understand. We did agree that I was hoping that we could make an agreement with him. Your approach always different than mine, but I always respect it or try to. I hope. But today scared me because it's not something I expected from you. Your motive, your reasoning, I understand. I just didn't expect two statements you made. One, being honest, was weaponizing Mowgli. And two, that you were ready to leave us. Because I wouldn't want that either.
I did not want to leave, but
But you,
I'm
but you said it.
not willing to get stabbed in the back.
But who took the first step?
It's kind of hard to remove a knife from your back and then turn around and confront the person that just did that to you.
I don't
I
disagree with
already
that.
trusted an evil man once with upholding his promise with just his words. And it would seem that he took that opportunity to destroy me.
Holden.
So,
You're referring to Holden.
yes.
And he destroyed everybody and your family and your dad and your mom and you.
And I
But
have
that
two brothers in Aracrost in prison.
and that
Probably for no
was
reason.
and those were all things done by Holden.
Yep. Because I trusted him and took his word.
And did Wizard do this to you?
He's not taken any action yet, but I did not trust him. And he was not even willing to give his word at the time. He made no oath, regardless of the stone. He refused any commitment, even just
And
saying to renounce his master.
I think that's where I probably had a different perspective. For just last night, I stepped into his dreams and we were able to talk. And obviously I didn't share it with you and that's my fault. But I'm not unlike you in the sense that I know that he has a past and that past is a dangerous thing. But I also have seen many steps from him to do things differently with us. Not unlike yourself. So
I
I'm
don't
not
know.
here.
Maybe
I,
you've noticed these steps that I haven't at all. I have rarely seen him do other than tag along with us. Is beat a child.
You mean his servant? Yeah.
Yeah, that kid from the boat, or for Marion.
Has he beat him? I've never seen that. I've seen him be hard on him, but not beat him.
Yeah, he hit him several times when he was making mistakes with his spells.
Perhaps you're right.
But I
I
just needed more. If he was not willing to even give us words for me that to, to say he would side with us, at that point he needed to do something to show that he would not betray us to his order, his former order. Now, I suppose.
Well, you may have seen something different than I've seen. But honestly, I didn't really want to talk to you to debate it. I'm not going to say what you did was right or wrong. I'll just be honest and tell you it was different than I would have done it, and that you scared me. It's been a rough couple of days.
Yes.
I've seen things that make me question a lot.
I was really worried for a while there
I
that
heard you.
we would lose you like we lost Halloween. You did?
I heard. Yes, I did. But I didn't feel worthy to grab a hold of that. I saw a place that I was before. It's not the first time I've been there. But this time I wasn't on a path. And I was heading to something that was nothing. So maybe I'm just emotional right now.
I mean, I think that's rightly so. I mean, I haven't died before, but can't imagine it's a very fun experience.
Neither time.
Are you remembering anything more after?
No.
No?
Just since I showed up with the Aladdin. That's the beginning of time for me. Except wherever I was before then. Some sort of a passage that I took before that I wouldn't have took this time. I really value our time we spend together, and I think that's what scared me as much as anything. You tell me things that are supposedly me. They don't feel like me, but then in a strange way they do. Particularly when I think about how you always tell me about music and dancing. And I so enjoy your music. It's my favorite thing, honestly. And the dancing is it's like how I move and how I fight, but different. But the same, if that makes any sense. From what you describe and what I experience when I'm here with you. You know, I don't get this with anyone else. And Nobody tells me what you tell me. RJ a little bit, but it was even different.
Yeah. Maybe it's different with each person.
Seems to be.
And
Now with some, I help them remember their things they don't remember somehow.
yeah.
I don't know how that works either.
Yeah. But
But can I
perhaps.
ask you two things today?
Yeah.
Go ahead, you finish your thought.
Oh, I was just going to say perhaps the more minds you explore, the broader your view will be of maybe things that have happened or
Well, I seem to be able to see things that happen to others, but not to myself. Only what you tell me.
yeah. But I just meant like, Raoul or how
I
you
see.
visited Riz room. Like maybe the more people you connect with and you don't deeply, you'll be able to their perspectives might give you more pieces,
if they
different
tell me,
pieces.
I guess
Yeah.
if they tell me.
Yeah. It took a while for me to understand that you didn't remember these things.
Yeah, I can see that now. Now that I've seen the past of Darius and the past of Mowgli, able to tell them things that they didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't tell Mowgli. I can't tell Mowgli anything. I can't. We're not. I can't figure out how to communicate with him.
It sounded like a painful memory.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to share that anyway. It was pretty bad.
Mm-hmm. If you wanted to learn with Semex, I could see if he wants to do that. Or
He can't read. He can't. I don't know. I'll think about it. Maybe I can try, kind of like I do with Tawin.
yep.
He
I mean
likes
it took
food. He likes food.
yep. It took me a while to learn, so maybe it is something he'd be able to do. I don't know.
Yeah. But can I ask you two things?
Sure.
Don't scare me like that, please. You got
That's
friends
fair.
here.
I know.
And last one. Will you play some music? I could really use it.
Of course. Oh, this is a bad roll.
James, are you going to actually play something?
I don't have.
I saw your guitar.
I do have a guitar.
How
It
about a little
doesn't.
Simon Garfunkel?
I'm not that good at playing guitar.
He's got chords. And that will be I will get into his music, whatever it might be, dance and close my eyes. You're mute if you're trying to talk.
No. So, Nithurn. Fusion, ha. Nithurn closes her eyes and begins to dance, and Fizz, you see the scenery around you begin to shift. You find yourself in looks to be some sort of hallway, and you're in a cupboard with a much younger Vith Nithurn. And you hear shouting in the background. She's holding one of your hands. It seems like the two of you are hiding. Like perhaps you did something wrong.
Are you supposed to interact, or are you thinking?
He can interact if he wants to try. I always give the app the chance.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
You're
I'll
muted?
like
No, never
put.
mind.
No, I'm just like I don't even know what to do in this situation, and I'll be like, I guess I put my ear to the door to see if I can hear anything outside.
You
Shh, you'll find
hear
us.
Quietly.
you hear what you guess might be a couple of servants arguing. Seems some food has gone missing before dinner. One of them accuses Nithyrn. The other accuses some other elvish name that you don't quite make out. And they
Neither
just
an
kind of
elf. Elf.
in the waking world,
We'll
she's an
explain. We'll
Eladrin.
explain afterwards.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
I'm sorry.
Hang on. We'll explain in a minute.
Okay.
and Nithyrn and the two of you just kind of hide in there for a while. And just as one of the servants swings the door opens and finds you two, you wake up. So, in the waking world, Nithyrn is what is known as an Eladrin. It's not quite an elf, but they are very elf-like. And then there are the elves themselves, and the Vith is a type of elf. Kind of the more city-dwelling, magic-based elf versus like a wood elf, which is what Raoul's last character, Taween, was, which is more nature-based, tribal-based.
Like a high elf
Out.
or gray elf.
Right.
Okay.
Eladrin are different from elves in that they're usually like a foot or so taller than the normal elf. Instead of like long pointed ears like an elf, they have very long curved ears, much longer. They still have kind of the elven sharp features, and those are kind of the main physical distinctions between the two.
Okay.
So,
That.
you all wake up, and begin your journeys yet again after morning training and studying and all of the normal morning routines you have, eating of food. There is still the plentiful fruit and stuff on the vines of the walls that are around you that you're able to eat from to your fill.
So it's basically all gone when Mowgli's done.
Sure. And then you turn around and some of it's regrown back on the other side again. It seems endless. But for the next couple of days, is there anything anybody particularly has as the party begins to travel through the hillsides at the base of the Copulus Sierras? And let me pull you guys to the map, actually.
I don't, but I gotta go grab food real quick.
Okay.
Mowgli keeps going
break.
up to Neithern and tapping on her feet. Like just tapping on her feet and just kind of holding his hands up.
Tapping on my feet, and how are you going to try to tap on my feet?
He's just trying to tap by her feet or by the ground in front of her feet and kind of holding his hands up. He's trying to communicate the best he can.
Okay. How would I react to that? Let me think about this.
It's non-hostile.
Yeah, I'll pat you on the head for now. And then sign to Fizz or somebody. Do you have any idea what he's doing? We'll have to wait till Fizz comes back. Or Raoul. Raoul, do you have any idea what Mowgli's doing?
No.
Mowgli, what are you doing?
Mowgli, talk.
Mowgli, talk.
Mowgli want to talk.
She doesn't speak though. She can't.
He bangs harder. Frustrated.
I can tell you what she says though. What do you want to ask her?
Mowgli want to talk her language.
Mowgli wants to learn sign language with you.
You might have to teach him. Because
Yeah.
I can't write it out for him.
Yeah. Mowgli, I can try to teach you as best as I can.
Just rudimentary commands to start with, all right? I mean, that would make sense.
Gonna take a while.
Oh, yeah.
Start with the little words.
Yeah. Like the words that I started with when I started reading.
I suppose.
And then learning sign language.
You can use my book if it will help you.
You know what? I might borrow it here and there as a refresher for me to make sure I'm doing everything right. But
No,
I
you
don't
do
think it's
great
gonna be
now.
don't think it's gonna be helpful for Mowgli.
You missign a few words, but I can figure out which ones you really mean.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also did some map updates.
Yeah, lots of them.
I'll teach you best as I can. But hard to do it while we're walking, so it'll have to wait until we get to camping, or when we take a break.
This looks very different.
But and I don't want us to play it out every single time, but it's a valid point you made. Nithyan will be spending time with Wiz and Jarius and sent different people trying to talk a little bit more about where we're going and what we're doing and things like that. And Biz, of course, obviously.
And casual stuff. Yeah, that's fine.
If you're during like the first day, I'll mention to you that like, oh hey, like we did that thing happened again where we kind of zoned out and we were in some sort of cupboard and sounded like we had stolen some food or something. I don't really know, but you look pretty young, so I don't know how useful that memory is, but it is the memory.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
I guess I lived before I would have been a kid before.
Yeah.
So over
Vith, but still, what does a little Vith look like?
And just like a older myth, but shorter.
Okay.
the ears would be shorter as they grow into adulthood in length.
Shorter ears, too. Shorter in all proportions.
So, over the course of the next couple of days, you make your way through the foothills and out of the edge of the Combalt Woods and begin to get to the base of the Copulus Sierras mountain range. Jarius leads this travel and seems to, once you get to the base of the mountains, you see much of it is wrought with cliff faces and sheer climbs. He travels you a little bit east along the mountain range for a good portion of that second day before you see it's sort of where two of the peaks kind of come together, and as such there's sort of a V-shaped path upwards. It's a little bit treacherous, but it's nothing too bad for anybody to accomplish, and everybody begins to make their way up and into the mountains itself. That night you camp. Go ahead.
Easiest for Raoul, though.
Yeah.
For Raoul, though.
That
he
night,
climbs the mountain with ease.
You find a small little rocky outcropping in which Senex puts up the pillars, but there's no growth, no vegetation here to close the walls in. But he still does put up the pillars for some amount of support. And it's a rather chilled night. Being up higher in the mountains, the winds are whipping over the cliff's face. Although you guys nestle as far back away from it as you can, it's still getting quite cold. Winter is soon approaching, and you can definitely begin to feel it in the temperature on a daily basis, and at night it becomes even worse for those who are affected by such things. And then, on the third day of your travel from the hospice, Darius brings you to a section where he stops just before rounding a corner, and he says, "All right, so, remember when I said this path might be a little dangerous? Well, we'll get into that dangerous part. I should mind you that we need to be careful, move slowly where we can, and it should only take a day or two of this sort of travel before we get to a bit more open spaces on the inner mountains, on some of these peaks." And as he kind of brings you around this corner, you can see that you were met with sheer cliff face and a very narrow pathway. Along it.
Nice.
If anyone needs help, I can help them out.
There are many more of these little rocky outcroppings further down as well. Not just where the image shows. And it descends down into the mists of the valley beneath you, as you've climbed quite high over the last few days. You travel on this sort of landscape for quite some time, the rest of this day even. And eventually Jarius says, "Well, we have to make camp. But unfortunately, it's nowhere more suitable to camp. We're going to have to make do on these ledges." Boop. Camping supplies.
Can Rule create a little cavity inside the side of the mountain?
It would take a long time.
All right, never mind.
I can only move X amount of pounds per second.
Can you move solid rock?
Let's see. I could. It all depends on the weight. Is all it depends.
His is gonna take off his cloak of resistance and put on his cloak of featherfall. Or single
Yeah,
cloak of feathers.
no doubt.
You can move up to 5 pounds per Connecticut's level of rocks, loose earth, sand, clay, and other similar up to 15 feet as a move action.
Right, so that's assuming they're already loose. So you can't like tear 5 pounds of rock off the wall.
Yes, most likely, yeah. Pretty much, I can do the spell. I can also do the spell Sith or something like that. You can search earth and stone areas from a distance as if using the Sift cantrip as well.
This is where we're camping.
Oh god, what happened? Wherever. But yes, this is the
How
type of
high up
terrain.
is that ledge?
You look over the
Above
edge
us.
and it is above you. It's the rest of a mountain peak, so it's hundreds of feet up.
He's talking about this specific one. If
Yeah,
you
my
want to
map's
jump up there
freaking out right
without
now.
coming.
It looks like it's out of reach, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it looks pretty high. If you
Yeah,
count
it is.
squares and consider it's diagonally, it's like 20 foot, probably 20 foot or more high.
Yeah.
20, 30, yeah. Because that's a diagonal too. But
Yeah.
All right.
What in the hell has happened? My Roll20 freaked out as I was trying to move something. I gotta give it a second.
It thinks you're being too harsh against us for throwing a rock golem at us.
Oh, if you thought that was harsh.
Oh boy.
I just have to reset Roll20. Everything's dying.
Well, I'm glad I'm in front.
Yeah, I mean, you guys feel free
What
to
are you
move
eating
around
for
however you want.
what are you eating for dinner, James?
Pizza, but it hasn't showed up yet. I'm gonna take an opportunity to finish getting my drink though.
Where are you getting your pizza from?
A place called Pizza Hut. Do you guys have those in the States?
yeah, tiny little thing called Pizza Hut.
Yeah, you know
I
what?
just
Let's go
wasn't
ahead.
sure if it was a Canadian only company.
I think it was started in the States.
Let's do a 5-10 minute break real quick. So since I'm having difficulties anyway, and we can grab food and drinks. and if a certain ritual is performed in the right time, then the elf has a chance of being reborn as an Eladrin. And they wake up as fully grown adults, waking up on what is known as the ever-shifting fields in the Fey realm, with no memory of their past life.
So James, I just got a text. You're having a pineapple and anchovy pizza.
I was gonna say my wife definitely does not have your phone number, so maybe you're having an anchovy pizza.
Wizard
Both
texted him.
me and my wife like the same sort of stuff. Yeah, like wizard.
To answer your question, he is 33.
And
Wow.
they age slower. They live probably a long time, I would assume, right?
Yeah, that's young for a Dracus for the most part. I think that's like early 20s,
Yeah.
maybe.
And you don't want to know how long Eladrins live.
Very
Thousands of years, right? I would assume. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep, they can go into the thousands.
Unless they get killed by a
A
concrete
stone
spider.
creature. Right.
Oh yeah, natural death.
Unless they get crushed by a spider.
Right. Crushing by a spider is detrimental to your health.
That will do it.
9 out of 10 doctors agree.
Mhm. Yeah. And that one that doesn't is a troll.
And Biz, what species is your character?
I'm just a plain old human, and he's 20 years old.
But he's a what kind of boy do they call those?
Pretty boy.
Pretty boy.
Well, with all his clothes and wardrobing, yeah, I get that.
And his music.
Oh
and-
yeah.
You know the guy. I always envision the guy that you see that sits at those clubs, those smoky clubs, playing a guitar with all the girls sitting around him. He's trying to woo them all the time.
And 100% like Fizz, like he always seems to have the right clothes for the occasion,
Always.
which he has because he has sleeves of many garments that he always wears. So his actual clothes look like crap, but his outfit is always
It's for
on-
fancy
on
pants.
spot. Yeah.
Well,
not
we're quite
necessarily
the motley
fancy.
crew, aren't we?
Hmm.
Not as motley as Curse of the Crimson Throne.
That is a group.
I think like 3 of us are now just like murderers.
No, we're not murderers.
Oh, it's still
Work
going?
We're doing the work of the city. What are you talking about?
Your character is a murderer.
We're heroes.
Is that game still going on now?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, it's been a little while because Jared was having computer problems the first week of January.
Yeah, and holiday.
Yeah, so we had like the holidays, and then the session we were supposed to have, Jared's computer like died on it that like the night before,
Yeah.
and he still hasn't really spent time to fix it, but hopefully he get the chance soon. He's just been working a lot.
Yep.
Which is good. Better to work than have no work.
We should have it next week for sure, because he's been using his girlfriend's computer.
Yeah.
Good.
But I think his computer is recoverable. It's just something's wrong with it that needs to be...
Yeah.
Like Navarre's driver that just needs to be figured out and fixed.
Any of you guys use Mac?
No.
No.
I hate
All
that.
right.
I got one.
Yeah, I mean, I've got an older one, and my wife uses Macs, but I don't know how to fix anything.
That's what I'm using now, but that's all I have is Mac because it's made for people like me.
Yeah.
Not
I mean,
very
Windows
comp-
is pretty
not
simple now,
competent
too.
is what I mean by that.
Windows stores is pretty simple too now. So
Yeah, they are. Plug them in, turn them on.
I don't like Macs.
Do you guys ever get viruses?
Nope.
nope.
No.
Don't go to porn sites and you'll be fine. Every person I've ever met where they're like, "Oh, my computer's riddled with viruses," is like,
Okay, let me look at your search history.
look at your browser history. Oh, look, I
That's
wonder
why.
where you picked it up.
Also, just have like a fucking.
Antivirus.
I pay
Yeah.
for an antivirus. I have the paid version of Microbytes, and it works just fine.
Yeah,
I
actually,
IOBit free works perfect.
there is a really good free antivirus, and it does run on Mac as well. It's called Sophos Home. You get, I think, 3 computers, and it's a cloud-based antivirus. So the client is very thin. They actually you can upgrade to a pro to get more computers, but I would just get another email and sign up for another account. But they'll uh, Sophos, they're actually really big for like small, medium-sized businesses, and they do firewalls and antivirus, like both cloud and physical devices.
Doesn't Mac not need antivirus? They've never been hacked ever. Right?
Yeah, they
Isn't
Nope,
have,
that
Macs
true? Or-
Macs need antivirus now.
and they've been
oh,
hacked. Yep.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. That's news to
same
me.
same with Linux computers. They're no
Yep.
longer considered secure out of the box. You need antivirus and
So
a
what's this?
firewall.
Sophos?
Sophos Home. I can throw a link in Discord.
The thing was, no one really bothered messing with those operating systems because no one really used them. But
Yeah. Now adoption's so high that
yeah, now people are starting to make viruses and hack into them,
yeah.
just like a
Yep.
normal computer.
And you
Yep.
can
Actually.
do like cross-platform stuff too.
Yep.
So
And actually, because many people who are Mac users under the misconception that they cannot be, they're very
Which I
under.
was.
They're very underprotected.
I know
I
I
don't really
think
do anything. I don't really go anywhere. So from a website standpoint, I do my email and I this and
I
You're
know
pretty
it
safe.
says
some
like start a
business stuff.
yeah. So I know it says start a free trial, but I'm pretty sure like the free trial is for their like pro version that gets you a little bit more options, but they're like um if it reverts back to the free version, like their free version is awesome. Like it's you're talking about things that people normally pay like a shit ton of money for, uh like if it doesn't just like identify exist based off an existing like threat list of known viruses, it'll actually like detect suspicious files and then send them off. If you're the first person to sort of encounter that file, it sends it off to a basically like a research center, and it'll automatically go through like processing there within like a couple of hours, and then Sophos will like the virus scanner will report back to you to say like, "Oh, we're pretty sure this is a virus. This looks like a virus," and like block the file.
Hmm.
They're also unique in that Sophos, their antivirus is also like a firewall, so it'll actually like inspect every like little packet. So when you're connected to the internet, you're constantly like sending and receiving little packets of information. And Sophos actually inspects every single one without really slowing down your internet. In fact, I mean I've got Sophos running right now as my computer I'm using. And um yeah, and then the other cool thing is that like along with like sort of the AI driven and research driven antivirus identification for like new threats and stuff like that, they also on the firewall side of things, it's they also apply that knowledge. So you can block social media sites And with like, I think with their pro version gets you these options, but like their enterprise stuff all does this too. Is that you can specify like certain times that you want like social media sites to be available, and it's not just like you list out Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. It actually scans the site that you're loading in your web browser and decides, oh, this is a social media site. Oh, this is a like a streaming services site or porn site, and it'll block it. So even if it's you can like whitelist and blacklist certain sites, but like it does pretty good recognition where like within a couple of hours of like a new social media site going up, it'll be like, oh, that's a social media site, and block it from people's computers. So
And it's
really,
either all that or James just hacked you.
no, I have a couple certifications with them, and I got them because my work
Joking.
was like, you need to get them, but like I don't know. They seem. I've
There
met some of
was.
the.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I've like met some of the people that work at Sophos, and they
Yeah.
seem to be like a lot more like honest and straightforward than like like sales people in general, and
Mhm.
they seem
The,
pretty
the
honest. So
the reason I say it is I can't remember the name of it for the life of me. I'm sitting here trying to think of it, but at one point there was this company that started up that was promising protection, and it was a hack.
oh yeah,
And I can't remember the name of that. It was pretty big deal at the time, and it was just people were just downloading like crazy, and it was just they were hacking into their computer.
I mean at this point you could say that of SolarWinds.
Yeah,
I mean, look what happened to the U.S. government and all these businesses. I mean, it's a disaster. I mean,
Yeah.
they got into everything. They've hacked everything.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I mean, if they can get into there, they're going to be able to get to anybody, I would
Oh
think.
yeah. The right people can get into whatever they want.
Yeah. The thing with like the reason why SolarWinds was so bad is that, which is what's happened recently with like the U.S. government and everything, was that the like individual branches of government didn't get compromised initially. What happened is they attacked SolarWinds, the organization, and because of how their code was, I think they even like managed to like take over the code and like push out updates that were malicious, right?
Yeah,
And so from SolarWinds, they managed to infect and breach all these organizations and the government. And then from there, because of how like SolarWinds functions, they're able to like just get access to like everything. Because when you use SolarWinds, you
Pandora's
have to
box.
grant the application like access to everything. So
hmm
yeah, they just like had the
Here
run
you
of the
go.
place for a
Here's
couple
the
months.
keys. Yeah, here's the
Yeah,
keys coming the front door.
yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'd
Won't
be
be
surprised
the
if
won't be
they're
the
still a
last time.
company in another couple months.
You
Are
never
we
went off.
starting back up, or is Navarre
He
plotting
never.
our deaths?
He never. I'm sure he's plotting, but he never stopped. So.
Was Ruin pushing me off this cliff? Is that what you're trying to figure out? My
Yep.
CMD is 18.
I mean, if you're helpless, he could just stab you in the neck at night. Mike, you might have to do the reconnect thing on the settings tab. I've tried reconnecting, and your
I see.
webcam still is done.
I
Oh,
see.
I see him. I see him.
oh,
Hold on, I'll
alright.
hit
Do
it.
not,
Boom.
but oh,
All right.
Oh,
that
there
works.
you are.
All right, I got everybody now.
Except for
Huh.
Fizz.
sorry. I just reconnected because I wasn't seeing you. But do you see me now, or
I don't see Fizz. Everybody but Fizz.
Yeah, I see him.
well, Navarre's the important one. I don't see you right now, Mike. So
Hold on, I'm going to reconnect again.
oh, you
Yeah, that's fine.
okay?
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody's there.
All right. All right. So, camp is set. Is that how everybody wants
I did
to?
have a thought during the
Anybody
break.
want to? Yeah, absolutely.
Does it look like there's anywhere to like tie rope to?
Mm.
Maybe a little rocky outcropping here and there. Who knows how much weight it'll hold?
Do
But
you have any of those?
there's not like distinct pillars or trees or roots or anything like that.
No, I don't have any batons, Nipirin. Um,
You can tie
okay,
yourself to
well,
Mowgli. He probably weighs 320 pounds. Or
Yeah, that way
probably
when he
more.
goes, you go. 'Cause he might jump just for fun. Because there's food down there.
Now, Raul is staying up the whole night and watching everyone over on his ledge over here.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, well, if there's no obvious like good rocks to tie people to, then I'm gonna abandon that idea. Hope for the best.
Just don't sleep by the ledge. Forehead.
As night rolls in, so too does a fog.
Oh, that's always a good sign.
And in that fog. I think that restricts our vision, Raul. Do I still have night vision?
You do.
Or dark vision, sorry.
You do, for now.
Vision.
Is that how everybody wants their camp set up? Does anybody want to move or anything like that? If you don't have a fire going, those who are not going to do well in cold are not going to do well because it is very, very cold, near freezing at
You were
night.
putting a fire.
Which means you
Am
too,
I?
Mowgli. If you're not too close to the fire, you will be very, very frigid and have a bad night's sleep, as you will find as you curl up over there for a little bit.
How's that?
Raul, you have the bracers,
Oh yeah, the bracers.
so you have protection from elements.
Excellent.
Yeah, that's fine. All right,
And I'm fine.
Raul, make me a perception check as you stay up through the night, watching over the party as they sleep.
Skills. Perception. Oof.
Nope.
Not one
Okay.
of my good ones.
There's a couple of times in the night as you're scanning out through the mist and fog in the evening that you'll just hear a it sounds like perhaps wings. A few hours later, distant. Once you catch a dark shape in the mist down lower.
Nothing like it's staying like the sounds and the shadows I'm seeing are kind of far away, right?
Yeah, they're not like headed at you ever or close enough, in that sense. Just things you hear out in the dark of night.
Yeah. He doesn't really say or do anything about it.
And then morning will come the next day. And there's a light dusting of snow as it slowly falls from the sky as you all awaken, making the edge of this cliff just a little bit more slippery. Everybody make me perception checks this morning.
Nope.
There we go. That damn fog is gone.
That's under abilities or skills?
Skills.
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 Okay. Alright, of the group of you guys, Raoul and Fizz, you see them first. Raoul, you recognize the sound of the wings, although you could not see them the night before. You see these strange creatures. They have bat-like wings, but they're thick and bulbous in their body.
Harpy.
And they... body. And there's a pack of them down that way that seem to be coming not directly at you all, but in this general area. It's perhaps quite likely they may see you now that the fog is gone and day has come. Anything you guys do?
Who saw him?
Raoul and Fizz initially.
Okay.
They get the, like, advanced warning where there's a moment if they say anything, they may be able to do whatever they want to do.
Apparently they don't say anything.
I mean, I'm gonna say guys try to stick close to the mountain's side. And I'll quietly like start creeping forward. Slowly. Cautiously.
Are you intending to stealth? And
Yes.
hide on, like, the base of the rocks?
I'm not, I guess, not really trying to hide, just hoping that they, like, don't notice me moving. Like, I don't want to attract any more attention than there already is.
Okay. Mowgli's over there playing with some snow and rocks. You pick through. Ooh, a worm.
I'll send a message to Mowgli and Raoul, I guess, as well, because I can do that. And just say, be careful. Stay close to the mountainside.
I see them. I
Right.
see them. I reply back with, I see them. I see them.
Ugly replies back, ugly worm.
Everyone, there's some winged creatures a little bit further ahead. They're below us. They're further down the mountain, both vertically and horizontally. Be careful. I don't know what they are, but they might try to eat us. I don't know.
Mowgli think they're chicken?
No, they're not chicken. Chickens can't fly. Well, not very well, at least. And also, you don't see chickens on fucking mountains, Mowgli.
Mowgli, if you jump off this cliff, you will die. Please don't jump off this cliff.
Alright.
So the others motion to them to like start packing stuff up because we gotta pack up and move.
They begin packing things up, moving forward slightly. Everybody kind of gets up close to you, Fizz. One sec, Nithir. There you go.
As everyone else is getting ready to move,
Yeah, we're
I'm going to
moving.
keep an eye in that general facility, and Raul will be the last one to leave. He'll take the tail of the group.
Okay. Alright. It's about here, Raul. As you just are about to start climbing down, you give one last look, and it definitely seems they've begun to notice you. And they begin to fly up and have entered the battlefield.
Oh boy. Where am I in initiative? What? I rolled so low.
These motherfuckers rolled all high.
Yeah, they're dexterity.
As you hear in the distance, beside the clacking of the wings, which have a strange rocky sound to them, as they get closer, you see that these creatures are mostly made of rock themselves, they seem. More instances where the earth is alive. And you just hear this sounds like gargling and gurgling. Communication between them, perhaps. Almost sounds like rocks themselves just being clacked together, but they're doing it back and forth at each other. Yeah.
You can't move right now. We're in initiative.
Yep, combat's been rolled, so. That one moves up towards Mowgli. He's out of reach. So it hovers... actually, no, it can do something else. It, you see it outstretch its hands toward the cliff's edge itself. And let me grab... Maybe that's brownish? We'll see. As all of the rocks and dirt there begin to slush and slop in with the wetness of the snow, and all of that becomes a muddy, soft, slippery terrain.
You can't move, Mowgli. Go back.
As a number of the other ones also flap up closer towards the cliff edge, crackling their little rock sounds. And much of the cliff face around you all begins to start to slush and sludge into loose mud and dirt. Darius. Oh, I need that over here. Where am I putting this? I guess right here works. Darius just calls out, "Stick to the wall! Don't stand in the mud!" And he is going to, at the second one, oh dear, shoot out his crossbow. and critically strike.
Damn.
Will he be confirming with a 15,
Does that confirm him?
however? That does not confirm. But he does do max damage. Or close to it. So he strikes it for 15. Senex calls out, and he says, I can't do much from a range. I'm not very offensive. I'll ready myself to save anyone if they fall. This one moves up. Fizz, as it softens the earth underneath of you and the rocky wall itself behind you, the mud begins to slide down and slip underneath your feet. For now, you are okay, though. Nithyan.
Okay, so I will. I'm not currently on bad ground, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Is there a way to turn the music down?
Yes. If you go to the jukebox tab next to the settings, you should see the little sliders, and
The
you
music
should
one?
be able to affect it. Yeah,
It's in the
you should be
cog-
able to turn them
mine.
down for yourself. Oh, it might be. Yeah, it might be the cogwheel. You're right.
It's the
Yep.
cog wheel.
Oh, the cog?
The cogwheel, very.
on the top.
Yep.
Yep.
Where you see music volume
Oh.
level. There's a slider for it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that was way too loud. I couldn't hear you.
Okay.
Gotcha.
Much better.
Yeah, I have all the sounds
I like the
adjusted
music.
for
It's nice.
for streams and stuff. So, but yeah, you guys feel free to adjust it to your comfort level. So, Nithyan.
I burn a key, and in order to increase my defensive capabilities, I will burn an investure to increase my reflex. I will go total defense. I have no range, and my rope dart's broke, but I can still use it as a defense.
Okay.
I can actually theoretically still use the blunt side, I think. I forget which side was broke. I think the pointy side
You're
was broke.
seeing the blunt side broke, I think,
The blunt side broke?
because it was against the Jello.
Okay, so then the pointy side, I still have the
Ah,
pointy
yes, the Jello.
side. So I still have the pointy side, and so right now I'm just using it as a defensive weapon.
All right.
And that will be my turn. I'm not much for range, nothing for this kind of range, just for sure.
Raul.
Nothing is in his range.
So trick of the eye here. Are you saying that should we use the height? Is that why you're having it there, or is he really at the same range as we are, just up higher?
Just for every square you count, that's how many feet you are away from it.
Okay, that works.
Effectively, they're all more or less level with the cliff face itself. They're perhaps 5 feet up or down, but it won't really matter much for those purposes. But for Raul, yeah, he's about like 20 feet up above you guys or so. That you can count all of those like facing squares.
All right, cool.
Yeah, he's like
Got it.
15, 20 or so.
He is going to do a. He's going to use his move action to channel energy, getting ready for his next attack.
Mm-hmm.
As he will then hold action a regular Earth Blast, but with with a Entanglement infusion.
Okay. Fizz.
For anything that gets within anything that
Your
gets within
range.
30 feet of him.
Yep.
Okay. I'm assuming I can't 5-foot step out of this gunk.
No. The terrain that they're creating is difficult terrain. Also, a lot of this terrain here, where you see the rocky stuff primarily in any of the squares, is also difficult terrain. So, like, that one's difficult terrain. This one's difficult terrain. This one up here would be...
I could still, like, move here or here.
Yeah, you could, yeah. You just couldn't 5-foot step because you can't 5-foot step through difficult terrain.
No. Well, I'll move there to get out of the muck.
Reflex save. You are fine. You hold fast along the edge of the cliff. Your boots are muddy and nasty and slushy, and your feet are wet now, but you didn't fall.
Is it considered an earth-based effect?
The spell on the ground is, but it's not considered an earth-based effect affecting you. It is just the fact that it is slippery.
It's actually
terrain.
24, but I assume that's still okay.
Yeah, you're fine.
I forgot to unselect a bonus. And then I'm going to cast a spell. Let's make these bad boys shiny.
Good old glitter dust.
10-foot radius. The thing didn't spawn. This is going to be the 10-foot radius, though, to get those three. Of course.
Dude, let's see. Will saves.
So 2 save, 1 fails.
They're all dusty and glittery, but this one is blind. Mowgli, it's your turn, sir. They look like rock
So
bats.
there's things I'm thinking about doing. If there's a boulder I can pick up and just throw over one of them, I'll do that. If not, I would get in a defensive position ready to strike.
There are certainly rocks and boulders around that you could pick up and throw, yeah.
The biggest one he has a shot to hit one of these with. He would pick up and throw at them.
Okay, so in your attack section, you'll see a section called Ranged Attack. You'll just click that as a base, because since we don't have an attack made for it, hey, that will hit. Go ahead and roll me... Let's see. Hold on, D8. And then we'll add your strength. So, in the chat box, where you normally see all the rolls appear, you want to type a backslash, which is next to the bottom right shift.
Yeah.
R, space, 1d8. There you go. And then on your, I think it's the base page or something, it's the very far left one of your tabs on your character sheet. What is your strength score?
The aura? Oh,
no, the line where you select, like, defense skills.
Oh, core?
Yeah, core, that's what it's called. What does it say
22.
your strength score is? 22, so that's a +6. It'll do time and a half since you're probably picking up a boulder large enough. So 9, so that's 7 plus 9, 16 damage. As you pelt it in the air, with this boulder you pick up and chuck at it. Any movement for you?
No.
All right. Wizrune. I hadn't considered that. Okay. Yes. So he will just do a scorching ray from where he is at the one Jarius hit as well. Oops. All right, a 22 will hit the creature's touch AC as 15 more fire damage streaks across the snow, melting and searing. You see a line of smoke rise where the ray hits as it's evaporating the snow as it falls and flakes, and blasts right into the rock of the creature, taking a chunk out of its stomach. Their turn, though. This one flies right up to the edge. And as it inhales, its belly expands, and then it's going to exhale, and a blast of shards and rock spikes shoot out of its mouth as it breath weapons at you, Mowgli. I need you to roll a reflex save.
Should be on the defense tab.
That ain't gonna reflex. Big and slow.
Yep. So you take 7 points of piercing damage from the rocks as they stab into you.
That's the green one, right?
Yes. This one comes up here. I believe that triggers Raoul.
Yep. Attack is a normal one.
And I'm going to add that marker to you for reasons.
Bam!
Oh,
29.
Blow
Baby.
it right out of the air.
boom! And it just scatters into dust and rocks right off the edge of the cliff. This one tries what its friend tried to do. And it too is going to come up and do a breath weapon on Senex, Wizrune, and Nithir. All need to make reflex saving throws.
Yo, Senex.
They have both failed.
Who all needs
But-
to make a reflex?
You as well.
Okay, hold on. Kaboom. Not too worried.
No, you're fine. You will take half damage, and the
0
rock
evasion.
shards. Alright, you will take 0 damage, and you don't have to worry about anything else. The other two, however, each take 8 damage. And they have rocky shards protruding from their legs and feet all the way up to their waist.
And then what you see, I want to reward it out because Nithyarn just
Yeah.
moves and swings and dives and dips and twirls and spins as the rocks just go around her. It seems
It's
like.
a Matrix.
Yeah,
like the
I was
Matrix.
just gonna say that. I picture her bending backward.
Yeah, because she can bend pretty much any
Wouldn't we all-
direction. People should not be able to bend.
Bleh. Fizz, make a reflex save.
Take a reflex save.
Alrighty. You only take 5 points of piercing damage. And little rock shards are in your legs and feet. Dryas steps
So
up.
those shards are gonna create ongoing damage.
Who knows?
I'm pretty sure they're gonna create ongoing damage.
I have not yet revealed if anything. Maybe it could just be description. Or maybe I could be setting up for something. You shall find out in time. Darius will step up and power glaive as he switches from his crossbow to his glaive as it moved up close enough. Ooh, not 241. Slashing the creature, nearly taking off one of its legs. Senex just kind of gets into that back end corner and continues to prepare for the worst.
Make another
This
will
one is
save at the end of its turn.
blind. At the end of its turn, okay. They do not have that. So I'll just have it roll a... Okay. Flies 10 feet, generally towards where it remembers. And... yeah, it'll do that. Okay. As you see it tear its stomach open. And you see this strange greenish brown energy swirling within its chest. And another one pops out of it.
It just duplicated on the spot? That's awesome.
Add that one in. And that screwed up things a little bit. Let me cycle back through everything. Alright, Nithyan.
Okay, so I will switch to fighting defensively, keeping everything else going, and since the only thing I can do is my rope dart, I will rope dart pointy side.
Alrighty.
And miss.
11 unfortunately does miss.
And then I am done.
Raul!
Let's see how bad was that.
All right, so
Oh wait, I'm sorry. Sorry. Let me do it anyway, because I forgot that I can do this with a rope dart. I can still flurry of blows with a rope dart.
Oh, yeah, you're good then. Go ahead.
So, still miss. So I just, that's
Okay.
fine. I'm done. Now I'm done. Thank you.
Alright.
so when you're climbing, you are able to make attacks, if I remember right?
I believe so. I'm fine with it.
Okay.
It just depends on...
Raul?
For you, it's not going to apply, but like if you were trying to do a two-handed weapon, then I might make you make another climb check to remain climbing, but...
Yes, just so we all know, the exact wording of the ability I use is use your connection to Earth to meld slightly into the stone and earth's surfaces, granting you a climb speed equal to your base land speed when climbing such surfaces.
Yeah, you're
I
fine.
can make. So I can move 30 feet if I want to.
Yep.
Actually, I don't see why I just don't move down.
Go wherever
5,
you'd like.
10, 15. I move right there. Right next to our boy.
Mm-hmm.
And I am going to make another Earth Blast against this one right here, the closest one. Actually, I
Alrighty.
think the only one I can actually do it to. No,
You can hit any of the
But this guy right here.
Oh, baby. That's
I
a
don't think
confirmed
17.
critical hit.
Oh, that's a confirm.
Where
It
were
is.
these
Okay.
rolls last week?
I don't know, okay? This thing is probably dead from just the regular blast.
Good point. What's the base damage? I'm trying to open up the crit thing.
23.
You just did 23? No, it wouldn't die.
Alright.
Probably
But
critical.
with the critical hit double, maybe it will. If it doubles. Bludgeoning. Okay. Yes, so you split him open, and the rock shears him right in two, and he is dead. Or at least no longer
Damn,
moving.
Raul.
What card did I make?
You got
card did
split
I
open. Double damage and some bleed damage. The bleed doesn't matter, but the double damage was enough.
Raul is a fucking damage dealer.
Mm-hmm.
Fizz.
Yes. Now it is Fizz's turn. I'm going to step forth to the beast.
Ooh.
Give it a whack
yeah.
with Wormir.
Fizz's first melee attack ever.
Yes.
12 points of damage!
Bop.
And we're gonna start a little ditty from the vibrations. Because I can do
Alrighty.
that as well. So inspire courage.
You got it.
Excellent.
To everybody but me.
Everybody leave.
Hey, you gotta learn like how to dance or something.
Mowgli, Fizz is playing the fantastic music. Oh, but you were too far.
Sorry, Mowgli.
Is
I think you're muted.
it within range for to
Oh,
give a
no, you're not.
melee
You're good.
attack, or do I have to throw a bolt again?
Yeah, it came up close enough to the ledge where if you stepped up, you could probably hit it.
Yep.
All right.
Can I
And you
do a
could
full
full round
attack?
because that was only a
Full
full
round.
5-foot step. Yep. Are you raging? Because if not, you won't get the fight.
I'm raging, yeah.
Okay. Yep. Then you can do your
So
full
it's
round.
going to be full round, right?
Yep.
Oh,
Okay. The first two will hit.
it's nothing.
It's 49 damage. 14. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, okay. He's dead. The first hit you club and blow a chunk out of him. The second one you just send him flying like a baseball.
Home run or a double?
Probably a double. Not quite the home run.
Well, if I had killed two of them, it would have been a home run.
If you would have hit
I think
one,
it's a home
which
run.
one smacked it into the other one, that would have been a home run.
Yeah.
Wizrun, seeing these things just get pelted out of the sky with a little bit of ease, is going to resort to his favorite trick, Double Ray of Frost. What's their touch ACs? Alright, the second one hits for 1 cold damage.
1 cold damage.
Minimum.
How many?
All 4 of those are
All-
minimums.
Yeah.
You get that macro wrong. Oh,
I swear, is the
It's
worst attack.
It's a D3.
yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. The one that just sprung into existence, and I need to mark him. He is...
Level 6.
Let's see.
17. Right-click hit.
This one comes up over here, seeing that there are stony shards and fizz, and reaches out his hands and draws his hand back to himself. Fizz, well, he makes a CMB against you. 18?
I think that, yeah, that beats it.
You were pulled 5 feet toward him as you feet and legs are torn and the rocks tear you off the edge of the cliff. Make a reflex save to grab the edge.
Do I see the ledge below me?
There is that ledge below you, yes.
I'll just say Phoenix and Feather fall to it.
Alright, you land down here on the ledge. You are mechanically 10 feet below the main ledge.
Yeah.
And this thing's 10 feet above you.
Okay.
And that's its turn. This one. Fly, well, it can fly right over you. It flies back out. Fizz, does an 18 beat your CMD?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Do you say Phoenix reflex save if you'd like to
Yes.
grab this ledge?
Well, reflex save, I guess. Because I'd like to stay with the party.
Alright, you are holding on to the edge of this one. As the rest of you are seeing, they're beginning to all kind of swarm around Fizz and they start pulling at these stones. Some of the stones are being pulled out of Fizz, but with the rolls they've made so far, they seem to be successfully keeping them embedded and just tearing him off the edge of the cliff further and further. Bringing it to Jarius. As now it seems they found a target, they all seem to be congregating on him. As they're still clucking and chattering with what sounds like crumbling rocks. Jarius shoots out his crossbow at the one nearest him, pinging it in the back. Senex steps up near the edge of the rock, sees you are okay, and that you featherfalled initially, and will hold his action for now just in case. This one. Oh, it can't see. Hold on. I never made his will save, did I?
No, I don't think so. So you can roll it now.
Okay.
Yeah, he
so
saves.
he
So he's no
wouldn't be
longer
blind.
blind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so he flies over here. I bet you can guess what happens next, Fizz. Oh no! They only have a +3! Your grasp is
Yeah, they
taken
somehow-
from you As you're pulled off the edge of the cliff face,
Phoenix. And then
Phoenix.
I start falling slowly.
As you begin to fall slowly, Senex will activate his held action and roll me a d6 fizz. Okay. Another 20 feet below you, a rocky outcropping suddenly juts out of the rock. And you land.
Fun.
You are now 30 feet total beneath the main ledge.
I'm the one carrying the rope. I guess
Nithir.
Raoul can just climb down.
Yeah. I'm going to stand there because there's
Really?
nothing I can do.
You gotta do something.
Well, tell me what it is.
He has no
A
range
rock,
stuff.
something, I don't know.
You could throw a rock.
Tell me, you okay, what the hell? I'll throw a rock.
Ranged attack roll.
Yeah. Let's see, I don't have anything I can't throw. Nope. Okay, range. Where's my range? Where's it? There we go. Pew!
The rock. Just, where's the button for it? Poof. Ooh. Down and into the cliff.
Alright. That's it. I'm done.
Raoul.
Raoul wanting to just. Raoul getting tired of these little things. He is going to, for one round, for
Dude,
his
you
move action.
tear him up.
Raoul, as his move action, is going to channel energy again.
Okay.
So he doesn't take a point of damage when he does empowered metakineticist.
Yep.
I'm going to try this again. And this will be with a... He's going to try and take one of these out with one shot. This is going to be a deadly aim earth blast with metakineticist as well. If this hits, this should be able to one-shot one of them. 17 should hit. That confirmed the crit earlier.
Yeah, 17 hits.
So
Is that with the plus
45.
50, 45? Yeah, okay.
That is 45 damage.
30. Ooh.
And that would have been this one right here.
Minus. Pop. Like popping balloons for you, Raoul.
And that will
You
be
hit
his
it.
turn.
Your smash of rock clashes onto its rock, and they just both create a cloud of dust and a showering of rock as Fizz gets pelted in the head by small rocks down below. And it's your turn, Fizz.
Yeah.
You gotta climb back up. Right?
Dude.
Neither of those are adjacent to you either, technically, if that makes any difference for you.
Yeah.
They're a bit higher.
No, I'm just thinking through my options here.
All they have to do is miss the CMB and the rocks get pulled out instead, but they've hit you every time.
Okay. I mean, this I think might let me get back up to you guys, maybe. How far? So I felt like I'm like 60 feet below where they are right now.
You are 30 feet
Almost.
below. You fell 10 foot initially to this first rock outcropping, and then you fell another 20 feet down before Senex created a
Okay.
cropping for you.
Okay. Well, it's either this or I end up lost in the woods for an eternity, I think. I will pluck my last yellow feather off of my cloak
Okay.
and throw it at my feet.
Which one is that again?
That's the tree.
Sounds like a tree.
Okay, I thought so. Okay. So, Fizz throws this little feather underneath this tree, and suddenly a tree rapidly begins to sprout and grow with incredible speed. Fizz, you grab onto the top of it as you grow with it, and you get shot 60 feet up into the air, 30 feet higher than the party itself. Make me an acrobatics check as you get launched off the top of it to kind of help your direction as you begin to. Obviously, you're going to pick to featherfall back towards the cliff.
Yeah.
So as he gets shot up, he jumps off to the side away from the cliff, and the tree bends to the side, and then he flings back out with the momentum of it growing instantaneously and slaps into the side of the rocks here. And then slowly feather falls down and lands back first in the mud and muck.
Probably on my ass.
Wow. Nicely done, Fez.
Almost immediately, the cliff face gives way from the weight of the tree and crumples off and begins to fall. Earth Method 5 is going to make a reflex save as he was kind of in the direction it would fall, I would say. And he loses some altitude and gets pushed off to the side as it tumbles and clatters and begins to bounce off the edge of the cliff face, eventually disappearing to the fog where you hear nothing but a down below, echoing back up. Wonderful. Mowgli! A tree was there, then it wasn't there. Fizz is back.
Mowgli's a little bewildered and isn't sure what he should do, but still spins around, picks the biggest rock he can see, and tosses it down at his foes.
Alright, go ahead and make that ranged attack roll again. Because of some distance and the fact that it's a rock and not like a trained weapon or anything, you do chuck it, but they're able to dodge out of the way just barely.
How close was I? 1 or 2 points, right?
Yeah. You had a small negative from a couple things. Because it's not a traditional weapon, so. Wizrun. Would anybody like to put a gamble on what Wizrun's gonna do?
Magic missile!
You fail.
Oh.
Ray of Frost. He actually does 4. Actually, that's a crit, and that confirms. He gets a magic card. A magic crit card.
Ooh.
Those don't happen much.
Magic. No. And he's doing 4 damage.
Okay. Let me get these pages back up. The second one will miss, but he does a total of 7 damage, as it gave him triple damage. with his 2 little rays of frost.
Excellent. 7 damage. And that's tripled.
Yeah. This one flies back up. And Fizz, Darius, Senex, Raoul all need reflex saves. Oops. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Fizz,
Does
10
Nithir?
damage. No. Raoul,
Okay.
5 damage. Piercing. If you have DR, that matters. Fizz, if there
Do I
weren't
have
rocks
what?
already... You're fine.
Okay.
If there weren't rocks already stuck in you, there are again now. Let's see. They need to roll their reflexes. Darius is fine and takes 5. And Senex takes the 10. And he has rocks in him. Alright. So it flies up and shoots a shrapnel rocks at him. Darius will take this. And now that it's close enough again, Power Glaive him back. Senex readies himself. And this one flies up and rolls against Darius. That's not even the right thing. What is his CMD? That's just Darius, right? Yep. Okay. Darius fails. He has a rather low CMB, as it turns out.
CMB or CMD?
CMD. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
It
Wait a
is
minute. Where am I
CMD,
looking?
which is on
Never
defense.
mind. Never mind. Yeah, I don't know why I was looking at the wrong area. He is fine.
Yeah,
As it
CMD,
tries
right,
to
yeah.
pull and fails, it does 8 more damage to him as they get torn back out of his skin, but he no longer has the shards in him for them to try and pull with. Nithir.
Alright, so I guess I'm gonna go ahead and try this. So I still got my reflex up. I got, I'm going to, burn a key for an additional flurry of blows. So first of all, I'm gonna, let me do the one thing at a time. First of all, I'm gonna 5-foot step. I can't 5-foot step. Shit.
Not into that difficult terrain.
Difficult terrain. So I might as well. I can move through party, right? Is this good or is this a crack that I have to worry about?
You're fine with the crack. Ignore the crack. But is that where you'd like to move?
Yeah, because I think I can
Okay.
reflex out of the way
Then
of these guys. Anyway.
Yep, reflex save as you go over the mud.
Oh wait, I couldn't go through the group. I can't move through.
I guess technically you can do that. It's very close there with the wall, but that's fine.
Oh, it's up to you. If you want me to move, I'll reflex through.
It's more or less on this whole
reflex.
passage regardless, so.
I just kind of tiptoe right through it, no problem. And then,
Yeah,
and then I will take a. I can't flurry blows anymore, so a single range attack, and I will miss.
All right. Batter up, Rockman.
You're the man.
All right. He's not going to do the whole empowered thing anymore. Since he's seen this one get hit a few times now. He's going to take the safe approach and try to get the guaranteed hit. And just do a normal Earth Blast on the closest one.
Okay.
And thank God I did. 17
Bop.
to hit, 23 damage.
Another shower of rocks as he gets flung off the cliffside.
If that was a deadly Earth Blast, that probably would.
You're on your ass. But you're back up here.
Yeah. So
And covered in mud.
I'll stand up. To continue my
reflex saving throw.
I have reflex to stand up.
Yes, you're doing movement within the mud. Back on your ass you go.
Did you guys just see that? That was spectacular. That's my
Hey, you didn't get killed.
performance maintenance.
Good.
He just keeps singing while on the ground.
Yes. Was flying through the air.
Still have a standard. You could attempt to stand up again. Or whatever else.
Or I could cast a spell. I'm gonna point at the little annoying thing
Okay.
and cast spontaneous immolation on him.
Hey. Okay. So he needs a fort save.
Yeah, it's a fort save. Cuts it in half.
He fails and takes 16 points of fire damage.
And then he's so now he's on fire.
Yep.
And then on his round he can try to put it out by taking a reflex save against the DC.
Yep. As he is burning.
Otherwise he takes another 1d6.
He is made of
Fire
rock,
damage.
but the magical fire still seems to affect him.
And that's my turn. Oh, sorry.
That's okay. Nobody else has been clicking it, so I've just been used to clicking it. But Mowgli, it would be your turn.
Big rock.
Boom.
You would know that, I mean, that's going to hit regardless, but you would know that from that distance you might have a harder time throwing in the future. But that hits. So roll me the d8, like we did before, the /R plus 1d8 plus 9.
Backslash R.
R space 1d8 plus 9. Alrighty. As the rock crashes into him, the already burning mephit in the air, Wizarun will not do Ray of Frost. Not that that would put out the fire, but flavorfully he won't. He'll instead finally do some magic missiles.
Wizard gains 0 prepared spells.
Oh, he couldn't do the second magic missile. He didn't have a spell slot. So he would have done Ray of Frost as the second one. So that's 7, 8, 9 force damage, 12 damage total with the Ray of Frost as well. As 3 bolts of force go and take more chunks off of him, and he gets further assaulted. Well, you can't be on that person's turn. He's dead. Jarius, again, not in reach, pulls back out his crossbow. You can see he's getting frustrated with having to switch weapons every round, and shoots at the little bugger.
Most likely taking it down.
Yep. As a hunk of flaming rock clatters and falls down below. Well, Raoul does some damage.
Yeah, Raoul was pretty awesome on that battle.
We all know Raoul does damage.
As Silence takes the cliffside yet again, only the snowflakes slowly falling down atop you. The mud quickly beginning to freeze over, still creating slick patches, but without the danger of combat is no longer a major concern. Everybody picks the little rock shards out of themselves as a full round action.
That wasn't too bad.
Oh, it could have been worse.
Thanks to Raoul, we'd have been in
Yeah.
a whole lot of trouble.
That's what I'm good at.
Rocks are your thing.
It's a good thing you fell slowly like that, Fizz. You may have gotten hurt quite a bit if you had fallen like that without.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad that they focused on me a little bit more with all the... I didn't realize they could pull us off the ledge like that at first, so...
Well, that's what the shards were in your legs, right? Were to pull you off. It was like a entanglement, like a lasso.
The
Yeah.
lasso's a good analogy.
Yeah. We should keep moving in case there's more of these things around here.
I'm
Agreed.
way the hell up there. I don't know what you guys.
Mowgli is...
Jariah says,
What are you doing?
agreed. By the end of the day, we should be out of these major cliff passes, and we should be able to start traversing less precarious terrain.
Everyone, I'll take the rear again. Everyone stay in front of me. If anyone falls off, I'll try my best to save you.
And without issue, the group of you travel along the cliff face for the rest of the afternoon, later into the evening, before finally it breaks way to a summit. And you climb downwards a bit into almost a valley of sorts. And you find a space to make rest for the evening. The next couple of days is not cliff face travel, but going up and down and climbing over. Everyone becomes a bit sore from the travel. There's a lot of climbing to be done interspersed throughout. A couple of days through, I need Raoul to make me a fortitude save.
No.
There's
That's fine.
nowhere for us to hide. Please don't explode.
My fortitude is good.
Alrighty. You have succeeded twice more since last that happened, because you used it once. But you were fine for now. Although you feel it with each passing week, Raoul, it getting a little bit more intense, a little harder to resist.
He's a time bomb.
Yep. Tick, 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 tick. Boom.
And
Mowgli
around
eat Raoul?
No. No.
And around
That might make him
3 days after that cliff face encounter, Jiraiya says, well, we should be getting rather close. I imagine another day or two's travel, and I will have you overlooking your destination. But for now, let's rest. It's been a long, arduous day.
Wait. Where's the pond?
There is no pond.
What?
There never was one.
There you are. You guys are in the bottom right. Feel free to set up camp wherever you'd like. As Jiraiya
gotta
finds this nice little
Is it
clearing.
cold up here?
It is still very cold, yes. Although down here in this little valley-like area, there's not quite as much of a snow coverage than higher up on the peaks. Not just are you high and in the mountains, and that makes it chillier, but it is also very close to winter.
I don't know what you're talking about. It feels just fine. Uh,
So, any particular place you'd like to set camp, or is wherever fine? You do see a few large trees down here in this valley. Most of their leaves have fallen off. A few rocky outcroppings, cliff faces here and there. All of these ledges are somewhere between 5 to 15 feet.
in the top left-hand corner. Is that like a cave or?
No, it's not so much a cave. It's just a rocky, kind of where the rocks form. There is a bit of an alcove there. It's filled with a lot of loose rock and debris, but it's not like a full cave or anything. But it does provide, perhaps, some protection from the winds.
Find the least windiest spot, and that's where we should camp. I think. Cold up here.
I feel pretty good.
Oops. There we go. Come on, roll 20.
Come on, Mowgli. Time for bed.
Well, Fizz doesn't have to be worried about getting attacked in the middle of the night.
Mm-mm.
He's surrounded. by
Mowgli nestles up on Fizz's leg.
Mowgli is warm.
Yeah. There's at least that.
Excellent. Anything anybody else does during this evening or during any of the days of travel that you've had throughout this journey so far? I'm not trying to bog it down by going day by day, but if there are things you guys want to do, feel free to.
I will only say one thing. It's starting to get late.
Yeah, no, I know. I was already about to wrap it here in a minute.
All right.
Alrighty.
No, I don't have anything. Okay.
Nope, I'm good.
So, you guys camp down here in this little valley section for the evening. And, Raul, are you sleeping this evening?
Raul will sleep, but he will, like, if we need to take turns and whatnot, he only needs to sleep just to get some rest, just to get some of his vigor back. Even though he only lost 5 vigor.
Okay.
I mean, I'll take shifts with you.
Yeah. He'll say something. Yeah, I'm going to get some sleep. They hit me once. It kind of hurt.
Mhm.
Well, this is a few days after that, so you're already healed from all that.
Oh, then if he doesn't have to, then yeah, he's willing to stay up all night. Because he doesn't need it, because he's immune to exhaust effects. Now, tell me if there's anything bad if I don't sleep. Like, is there anything I should know about not sleeping?
If you don't sleep for weeks at a time, your mental stability might start to have issues, but thus far you haven't done anything like that, and you've interspersed normal sleep in there pretty decently.
Yeah, I'm just saying because I'm immune to exhaustion and fatigue right now.
So, a night here and there won't kill you, but if it becomes too much of a habit, it might start to take a toll on your mind.
I don't mind taking shifts with you, Raul, so that you can get like a couple hours sleep if
Yeah.
that's all that you want.
Yeah, that's fine.
And if we
No.
do a longer, more than 8, obviously Nithya never needs anything more than 8, so she's right up at 8.
And normally he would sleep and do shifts with people, but like when we were on that cliffside, that was kind of like he felt like he had the best part of being security that night.
Yeah. Fair.
I will say that he will watch, like he'll do the latest part of the watch, since he can see like ridiculous far in with his dark vision.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking.
Roll perception check throughout your part of shift and late night, and for anybody else taking shift during their shifts.
It's also handy that I have night vision or dark vision right now too.
I wouldn't have done until the morning, till after the 8 hours. So I don't know if
Yep.
there was another person on a shift in there or not, but
Okay.
And we can do like Fizz does the first shift, I do the second shift, and Nith does the third shift. Something like that.
Yeah.
if you do 4s, Okay, 444.
Yeah.
Fizz, Raul, there's a couple of strange things you've noticed throughout your time of shifts. Sometimes some of the rocks seem to... It's like they get knocked over. You see some clatter down some of the hillsides occasionally. Perhaps the wind. Raul, there's one time where you're just kind of lazily staring out. You look away. You look back and you could have sworn there was a rock over there. A smaller one. But it's not there. A couple of things like that, where the rocks seem to fall or shift or move of their own accord. Though you never directly see anything that seems to be influencing this.
Gotcha.
So, do I see that as well, or?
Yeah.
100%, I'm going to walk up to one of the rocks I thought moved and just poke it with Oromir.
Alright. What shift are you?
The first shift.
Okay. So, Raul, you probably don't see those things then. As Fizz, you kind of walk out over to where you see the rock shift a little bit. You poke at it. It moves. It goes underneath. And then, a giant crashing sound as the rock itself is torn asunder beneath your feet, and you find yourselves being caught in the maw of some massive creature. And that is where we'll pick it up for next time.
Did Oromir's lightning earth damage go off?
No.
Guess we'll find out.
And here's your
It's up to
sneak
you.
peek
Yeah.
at the token.
Oh, yeah.
Boop. And there's Fizz.
Oop.
And for those who are asleep, you'll awaken to the shouts of Fizz, I presume. But we will find out next week how that happens and when.
Well, looks like my other new useful thing's going to be good for this. I got tremor senses, bitches.
That you do. As
I
far
think
as
it looks
stream,
friendly.
oh yeah. As far as stream is concerned,
Very
real quick,
friendly.
thanks for stopping by. Thanks for watching this week's session. We'll have another session next week, same time. Thanks for the follows and all the other support. And until next time, safe travels and good adventures.